He was simultaneously Rome's wealthiest private citizen and an advocate for simplicity, an imperial advisor who wrote about the corrupting nature of power, a Stoic philosopher who struggled with anger and excess. Born around 4 years before the Common Era in Corduba, modern Spain, Seneca died by forced suicide in 65 of the Common Era, on orders from his former student, Emperor Nero. What makes Seneca worth studying today is not that he perfectly lived his philosophy, but rather that his struggles mirror our own. He grappled with wealth in an unequal society, sought meaning in corrupt institutions, faced chronic illness, navigated workplace politics under a murderous tyrant, and tried to find peace amid constant anxiety about death. Unlike the idealized sage of Greek philosophy, Seneca wrote as someone still climbing the mountain, not standing at its peak. His corpus includes 124 moral letters to his friend Lucilius, 12 essays on ethics, 9 tragedies, and fragments of scientific works. These writings offer something rare: practical philosophy written by someone embedded in real power structures, facing genuine dangers, managing actual wealth, and dealing with authentic human weakness. This exploration will examine Seneca's complete philosophical system, its applications to modern life, its internal contradictions, scholarly criticisms, and the places where it succeeds and fails. We will move through his ideas on time, death, anger, wealth, adversity, virtue, politics, and the art of living well. More importantly, we will examine what contemporary psychology, philosophy, and lived experience reveal about whether his ideas actually work. Part 1. The Foundation: What Seneca Actually Believed. To understand Seneca, we must first understand Stoicism, though with immediate caution. Stoicism today has been domesticated, transformed into a self-help philosophy of productivity and emotional control. Ancient Stoicism was something far stranger and more radical, a complete metaphysical system claiming the universe itself was rational, divine, and purposeful. The Stoics believed in something they called the logos, a term meaning both reason and word, referring to a rational principle that structures all reality. This was not merely a creative force, but an active intelligence permeating everything, from the movement of stars to the growth of plants to human thoughts. When Seneca writes about living according to nature, he means aligning yourself with this universal reason, not hiking in forests. Within this system, Stoics divided all things into 2 categories: those within our control and those outside it. Truly within our control, they argued, is only our judgment, our beliefs, our intentions, our responses. Everything else, including our reputation, wealth, health, other people's actions, and even our own bodies to some extent, lies outside our control. This sounds simple until you realize its implications. The Stoics were claiming that a person being tortured could be genuinely happy if they maintained right judgment about their situation. Seneca inherited this framework, but adapted it significantly for a Roman audience. Greek Stoics, like Chrysippus, wrote technical treatises on logic and paradoxes. Seneca wrote letters about whether to attend a dinner party, how to handle insults from colleagues, what to do when you cannot sleep. He made Stoicism psychological rather than primarily logical. His central innovation was emphasizing the therapeutic dimension of philosophy, For Seneca, philosophy was not an academic discipline, but a daily practice, a form of medicine for the soul. In his essay on the happy life, he writes that philosophy promises not knowledge, but tranquility, not information, but transformation. This represents a shift from Stoicism as a metaphysical system to Stoicism as a way of life. Seneca believed human beings suffer from three fundamental errors in judgment. First, we overvalue external things like wealth, status, and physical pleasure. We believe these will make us happy, but they never do for long because they depend on fortune, which is inherently unstable. Second, we fail to recognize our own mortality. We act as if we have infinite time, postponing what matters until later, then find ourselves at death's door, having never truly lived. Third, we are enslaved by our passions, particularly anger, fear, and excessive desire, which disturb our peace and make us act irrationally. The solution, in Seneca's view, requires rigorous mental training. He advocated what we might call cognitive techniques, examining your beliefs daily, imagining worst-case scenarios to prepare emotionally, viewing obstacles as opportunities for virtue, remembering death constantly to maintain perspective. In letter 18, he describes his nightly practice of reviewing the entire day, examining each action and word like a stern judge, noting failures without self-punishment but with honest assessment. This brings us to a crucial distinction that scholars often debate. Was Seneca's Stoicism genuinely about achieving perfect wisdom and absolute tranquility, or was it a practical guide for improvement? The orthodox Stoic position held that only the perfectly wise sage, who held no false beliefs whatsoever, could be truly happy. Everyone else was equally miserable, equally foolish, whether they were almost wise or completely ignorant. Seneca sometimes endorses this view, but his actual writing suggests something different. He repeatedly describes himself as a fellow patient in philosophy's hospital, not as a doctor. In On the Happy Life, when critics point out his wealth contradicts his philosophy, he responds that he is not a sage, but someone trying to become better. This creates what philosopher Martha Nussbaum calls Seneca's doctrine of progress, the idea that incremental improvement matters, that philosophy works even for the imperfect, that you can benefit from Stoicism without achieving the impossible ideal of perfect wisdom. This practical orientation had profound implications. It meant Seneca focused more on passions and emotions than earlier Stoics, who dismissed them as simply false judgments to be corrected. Seneca recognized that knowing something intellectually does not automatically change how you feel. In his longest work on anger, he devotes 3 entire books to understanding this single emotion, its origins, its progression, its supposed benefits, and detailed strategies for managing it. His analysis of anger reveals his psychological sophistication. He distinguishes between the initial involuntary reaction to an offence, which even the wise person experiences as a physical sensation, and the decision to embrace that reaction as justified, which constitutes true anger. You cannot control the first flush of heat when insulted, but you can control whether you tell yourself, "I have been wronged and must retaliate," versus, "This is simply external. It cannot actually harm me unless I let it." Seneca also differed from earlier Stoics in his treatment of external things. Traditional Stoicism held that virtue alone is sufficient for happiness, making health, wealth, and pleasure completely irrelevant to the good life. Seneca maintains this officially, but in practice acknowledges what he calls preferred indifference, things that are not genuinely good but are still reasonably preferred, like health over sickness or wealth over poverty. This allows him to discuss managing wealth without simply saying to give it all away, or dealing with illness without pretending it does not matter at all. This raises immediate questions about consistency. If virtue is truly sufficient for happiness, why develop elaborate strategies for managing preferred indifference? If wealth is genuinely irrelevant, why did Seneca accumulate so much of it? These tensions run through his entire philosophy and have generated 2,000 years of scholarly debate about whether Seneca was a hypocrite, a pragmatist, or something more complex. His relationship with political power illustrates these contradictions vividly. Early Stoics generally withdrew from politics, seeing it as corrupt and incompatible with philosophy. Seneca spent decades at the centre of imperial power, first as tutor to young Nero, then as one of two primary advisers when Nero became emperor at 17. He justified this by arguing that the wise person should engage in politics if they can do good, and retreat only when they cannot. For the first 5 years of Nero's reign, roughly 54 to 59 of the Common Era, Seneca helped govern the empire relatively moderately. Ancient historians call this period the Quinquennium Neronis, the 5 good years of Nero, suggesting Seneca's influence restrained the emperor's worst impulses. But as Nero descended into paranoia and cruelty, murdering his mother Agrippina, then his wife Octavia, Seneca remained, writing philosophical essays about the corrupting nature of power while exercising it daily. This leads to perhaps the most important question about Seneca's foundation. Is his philosophy fundamentally about inner freedom, or is it a tool of accommodation to unjust systems? Scholars like Michel Foucault argue that Stoicism represents a technology of the self, a way to survive and even thrive under oppressive conditions by retreating into an inner citadel no tyrant can reach. Others, like Marxist critics, see this as ideology, a philosophy that helps people accept injustice by claiming external circumstances do not matter. Seneca's answer would likely be both. He believed you could maintain inner freedom under a tyrant, while also recognizing that some external circumstances genuinely matter. You could be philosophical about what you cannot control, while still preferring justice to injustice, peace to war, health to sickness. The tension never fully resolves, perhaps because human life itself contains this tension between accepting reality and trying to change it. Understanding this foundation is essential for everything that follows. Seneca wrote as a wealthy man about simple living, as a political adviser about withdrawing from politics, as someone terrified of death about accepting mortality, as a person prone to anger about controlling passion. His philosophy emerges from this gap between ideal and reality, making it both more honest and more problematic than pure theory. Part 2. Time as your only true possession. Seneca's most famous work opens with a sentence that still stings 2,000 years later. It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it. On the Shortness of Life, written around 49 of the Common Era, represents his most sustained meditation on how human beings squander their most valuable resource. But Seneca's philosophy of time goes far deeper than simple time management advice. The fundamental insight is this: time is the only thing you genuinely own. Your wealth can be taken by thieves, your reputation by gossip, your body by disease, your life by a tyrant. But each moment as it arrives belongs entirely to you, and your use of it remains within your control until the moment itself passes. Once past, however, that time is gone absolutely. You cannot reclaim a wasted hour any more than you can unburn a consumed log. Seneca distinguishes between three temporal orientations that most people adopt wrongly. We live in the future through anxiety and ambition, constantly planning, worrying, striving for what we do not yet have. We live in the past through regret and nostalgia, replaying what happened, wishing it had gone differently, mourning what we have lost. Only the present moment actually exists and belongs to us, yet we hardly ever inhabit it. We are either remembering or anticipating, never actually present to the life we are living. This creates what Seneca calls the paradox of the busy life. The most occupied people have the least time, because they are always elsewhere, mentally. A senator rushing between obligations, a businessman closing deals, a socialite attending parties, all these people feel frantically busy, yet accomplish nothing meaningful, because they never stop to ask what they are actually doing or why. They are, in Seneca's vivid phrase, rushing around in their own trap. He identifies specific ways people waste time that remain remarkably current. First is what he calls living for others, constantly concerned with reputation, performing for an audience, seeking approval, comparing yourself to others. When you live this way, your time is not your own, because every action is calculated for external effect rather than internal value. You waste your life trying to impress people who are themselves wasting their lives trying to impress others. Second is postponement, the belief that you will begin truly living later. In Letter 1, Seneca's friend Lucilius writes that he plans to retire and pursue philosophy once he finishes his current political career. Seneca responds with unusual severity. You are acting as if you own the future, but you have no such guarantee. Death can come tomorrow, next year, in 20 years. You do not know when. The only time you certainly have is now. And to postpone living until some imagined future moment is to guarantee you will never live at all. Third is immersion in trivialities that feel urgent, but matter not at all. Seneca mocks people who meticulously track their financial accounts, but never calculate how they spend their days, who obsess over property boundaries, but never consider the boundaries of their own life. In modern terms, we might think of scrolling social media, following celebrity gossip, binge-watching television, not because these things are inherently wrong, but because they consume time that could go to activities that genuinely develop you or serve others. The solution Seneca proposes is what we might call temporal mindfulness, though he would not use that term. It involves three practices. First, regularly calculate your life in terms of time rather than possessions or achievements. If you are 40 years old, you have lived roughly 350,000 hours. But how many of those hours did you actually live consciously rather than sleepwalking through habit? This exercise is meant to shock you into awareness that life is genuinely short and mostly gone. Second, claim your time through what Seneca calls otium, a Latin word meaning leisure, but not in our sense of passive relaxation. Otium is time spent in study, contemplation, conversation with wise people, living or dead, through books, self-examination, and philosophy. It is active engagement with what matters most. Seneca argues that only time spent this way is genuinely yours, because only this time develops your character and understanding, which no one can take from you. Third, practice what contemporary scholars call temporal abundance, treating each day as complete in itself. If you knew today was your last day, you would not waste it worrying about the future or regretting the past. You would be fully present to the people with you, the work before you, the experience you're having. Seneca suggests living this way not occasionally but constantly, treating each day as both your first and last. This philosophy has generated significant critique from multiple angles. The feminist philosopher Catherine MacKinnon points out that Seneca's idea of time ownership assumes leisure that many people lack. An enslaved person in Rome, or a modern worker with 3 jobs, cannot simply claim time for philosophical study. Their time is genuinely owned by others through systems of domination. Seneca's advice about time presumes a privilege he never fully acknowledges, the privilege of having discretionary time to begin with. Marxist critics make a related point about alienated labour. Under capitalism, workers sell their time for wages, but this is not a free exchange because they must sell their time or starve. When you spend 8 or 10 or 12 hours daily in work you do not find meaningful, controlled by others, Seneca's advice to claim your time rings hollow. The problem is not individual failure to manage time, but structural conditions that steal time systematically. Psychologists add another critique. Seneca's model may create its own anxiety. Constantly calculating whether you are using time well, treating every moment as potentially your last, never relaxing into unmeasured experience, this can become exhausting and counterproductive. Research on what psychologists call flow states shows that people often do their best work and feel most fulfilled when they lose track of time entirely, absorbed in an activity. Seneca's hypervigilance about time might prevent the very experiences that make life meaningful. There is also the problem of applicability across different life stages. Seneca wrote primarily for educated Roman men in positions of power, people whose main temptation was dispersing their attention across too many obligations. But what about a young mother with 3 children under 5 whose day is nothing but urgent demands? Or someone with severe depression for whom getting through the day requires all available energy? Seneca's advice assumes a baseline of mental and physical capacity that not everyone possesses. Yet defenders of Seneca argue these critiques miss something essential. Philosopher John Sellers points out that even in severely constrained circumstances, some degree of mental freedom remains possible. An enslaved person in Rome could not control their external time, but many found ways to maintain inner life through memory, imagination, teaching others secretly, practicing religious devotion. Viktor Frankl, a Holocaust survivor, later argued that meaning and mental freedom persisted even in concentration camps. This does not justify oppression, but it suggests Seneca's core insight has validity. The quality of your attention remains partly within your control, even when circumstances are not. The contemporary philosopher Robert Adams makes a different defense. He argues that Seneca's advice works precisely because it is asymptotic, meaning you approach it without fully achieving it. You will never perfectly claim all your time, never completely stop worrying about the future or regretting the past, never achieve total presence. But trying to move in that direction changes your life significantly, even if you only partially succeed. It is the direction of movement that matters, not reaching an impossible destination. Modern applications of Seneca's time philosophy appear in unexpected places. The mindfulness movement, though derived from Buddhist meditation, shares his emphasis on present-moment awareness and the suffering caused by mental time travel. Productivity experts like Cal Newport advocate what he calls deep work, extended periods of focused concentration on meaningful tasks, which parallels Seneca's otium. Even the FIRE movement, financial independence, retire early, echoes Seneca's warning about postponing life until retirement, and his advice to claim time now rather than later. But perhaps the most useful application is what we might call temporal auditing. Most people have no idea where their time actually goes, much as Seneca observed 2,000 years ago. Tracking how you spend each hour for 1 week, then asking whether each activity aligns with your stated values, often reveals a shocking disconnect. You say family is most important, but spend 3 hours daily on social media and 20 minutes with your children. You claim to value health, but never exercise. You want to write a book, but have not written in months. This is not to induce guilt, which Seneca explicitly warns against, but to create awareness. Once you see the gap between your values and your time allocation, you can experiment with small changes. Can you reclaim 30 minutes by waking earlier or eliminating one low-value activity? Can you protect one evening weekly for something that genuinely matters to you? These incremental changes compound over years into dramatically different lives. Seneca's most radical claim about time is that the wise person lives long, regardless of how many years they have. If you live 60 years, but spend them anxiously pursuing what does not matter, you have not truly lived at all. But if you live 30 years fully present, developing wisdom, serving others, experiencing beauty and connection, you have lived a long life, because you actually inhabited your time. Length is measured not by calendar years, but by consciousness and meaning. This remains controversial. Is it really true that a conscious life of 30 years equals or exceeds an unconscious life of 60? Most people would prefer 60 conscious years to 30, suggesting that quantity matters in addition to quality. Seneca might respond that this preference itself reflects false values, but the response feels somewhat hollow when facing actual early death. The deepest challenge to Seneca's time philosophy comes from thinkers like Heidegger, who argue that awareness of mortality creates its own problems. Constantly remembering death, treating each day as potentially your last, can prevent long-term projects and commitments that require assuming you have a future. Building a career, raising children, planting a tree, writing a book, all these require some forgetting of death, some practical assumption of continuity. Too much mortality awareness may paralyze rather than liberate. Seneca's response would likely be that he advocates not constant morbid preoccupation, but periodic remembrance to maintain perspective. You do not spend every moment thinking about death, but you do not spend years forgetting it either. The practice is meant to cure postponement, not prevent planning. You can commit to long-term projects while remaining aware they might be interrupted, and this awareness actually intensifies engagement rather than diminishing it. What remains valuable in Seneca's time philosophy, even after 2,000 years and legitimate critiques, is the basic recognition that we trade time for everything else in life. Every choice to do one thing is simultaneously a choice not to do everything else. Every hour spent is an hour you cannot reclaim. And most people, including the wealthy and powerful, reach the end of life surprised by how quickly it passed and how little they did with it. Whether Seneca's specific remedies work depends heavily on circumstances, but the diagnosis remains accurate. Most human suffering involves either dwelling in a past you cannot change or worrying about a future you cannot control, while the present moment, the only time you actually have, slips by unnoticed. Learning to inhabit the present more fully, whatever your circumstances, remains one of philosophy's most practical and transformative teachings. Part 3. The Management of Anger and Passion. On anger, written around 41 of the Common Era, is Seneca's longest and most psychologically sophisticated work, spanning 3 books and addressing a single emotion with unusual intensity. This reflects both personal struggle — Seneca had a notoriously quick temper — and philosophical conviction that anger represents the most dangerous and destructive passion. The treatise begins with a debate against earlier philosophers who argued anger has value. Aristotle had claimed that moderate anger at injustice is appropriate and even necessary for courage. Some peripatetic philosophers went further, arguing that anger motivates action against wrongdoing and that the completely unangry person would tolerate evil passively. Seneca systematically demolishes these arguments in ways that remain relevant to modern debates about righteous anger. His first move is definitional. What is anger exactly? Seneca distinguishes 3 stages. Stage 1 is the involuntary physical response to perceived injury, what we might call the physiological reaction. Your face flushes, heart pounds, muscles tense. This happens automatically and does not count as true anger because it lacks judgment and choice. Even the wise person experiences this initial reaction because we have bodies that respond to stimuli before conscious thought intervenes. Stage 2 is the judgment that you have been wronged and deserve to retaliate. This is where anger properly begins because it involves assent to a belief. You move from something happened that I dislike to I have been treated unjustly and must strike back. This judgment transforms a neutral physical sensation into a moral evaluation, plus a commitment to action. Stage 3 is the full passion of anger, where reason loses control entirely. Now anger dictates your behavior, and you act impulsively, often in ways you later regret. You say things you do not mean, break things you value, harm people you love, all while convinced you are justified. Seneca considers this a form of temporary madness, and ancient Roman law actually treated violent actions during extreme anger as partially excused because the person was not fully rational. Why does Seneca think anger is always bad, never justified or useful? His arguments span multiple domains. First, anger claims to be an ally of justice, but actually obscures it. When angry, you cannot think clearly about what justice requires because you are focused on revenge, on making the other person suffer as you have suffered. This is not justice, which involves restoring right order, but vengeance, which simply multiplies harm. He points out that the angriest people are often those responding to minor slights, while those facing genuine injustice often respond with calm determination. Second, anger is phenomenologically unpleasant. It feels terrible to be angry, even when you think you are righteously angry. Your body floods with stress hormones, your mind churns with vengeful fantasies, your relationships suffer, your health deteriorates. Seneca asks, why would you deliberately cultivate a mental state that makes you miserable, even if it sometimes motivates action? There are better motivations available that do not come with such costs. Third, anger is unreliable and excessive. Yes, anger sometimes motivates people to oppose injustice, but it also motivates domestic violence, road rage, wars of aggression, and countless petty cruelties. When you endorse anger as sometimes appropriate, you have no principled way to distinguish good anger from bad anger, because the experience is identical. Better to cultivate other motivations, like rational recognition of wrong and calm determination to correct it, that do not carry anger's risks. Fourth, and most psychologically acute, anger rests on false beliefs about control and desert. You become angry when you believe someone has wronged you deliberately and could have done otherwise. But Seneca argues, drawing on Stoic determinism, that people act from their character and circumstances, which they ultimately did not choose. The person who insulted you was acting from ignorance or their own pain or habit formed long ago. To be angry at them makes as much sense as being angry at a dog for barking or a stone for being hard. They are acting according to their nature. This deterministic argument has generated enormous controversy. If people cannot help what they do, does that eliminate moral responsibility entirely? Seneca distinguishes between explaining why people act as they do, which reduces anger, and evaluating whether their actions are right or wrong, which remains unchanged. You can recognize that a person acted from ignorance while still judging their action wrong and taking steps to prevent future harm. You simply do so calmly rather than angrily. Modern philosophers like Martha Nussbaum have challenged this framework intensely. She argues that some anger is appropriate and necessary, particularly what she calls transition anger, anger that recognizes injustice and motivates constructive action to address it rather than mere revenge. When you see someone abused, anger can fuel the energy to intervene and the determination to change systems that allow abuse. Without anger, she suggests, we risk passivity in the face of genuine evil. Seneca would likely respond that what Nussbaum calls transition anger is not actually anger, but something else, rational recognition of wrong combined with determined action. The anger component adds nothing helpful and actually makes intervention less effective because angry people tend toward excess, toward measures that feel satisfying emotionally but do not actually solve problems. Contemporary psychology offers mixed evidence. Research shows that anger does motivate action and can enhance performance on certain tasks, supporting the Aristotelian position. However, anger also impairs judgment, reduces empathy, increases aggression beyond what situations require, and damages health through chronic stress. Studies of effective activists and reformers often find they maintain moral clarity about injustice without personal anger, what Martin Luther King called a tough mind and a tender heart. But there is a deeper problem. Can you actually eliminate anger through philosophical understanding, or does Seneca underestimate its involuntary nature? Modern neuroscience reveals that anger activates ancient brain structures that evolved long before conscious reasoning, structures that respond within milliseconds to perceived threats. Telling someone to simply stop judging situations as wrongful hardly seems sufficient to override hundreds of millions of years of evolutionary wiring. Seneca anticipates this objection and responds with detailed practical strategies, making On Anger partly a self-help manual. His remedies fall into three categories: prevention, intervention, and repair. For prevention, Seneca advocates what cognitive psychologists now call cognitive reframing. Before anger-provoking situations, remind yourself that people will act badly, that you will encounter rudeness, incompetence, and malice. This is not pessimism, but realism. When you expect perfection, every deviation angers you. When you expect human beings to act like human beings, often foolishly and selfishly, you are prepared and less reactive. He also recommends avoiding situations that trigger anger when possible. If crowds make you irritable, avoid crowds when you can. If certain people reliably provoke you, minimize contact. If you are hungry or tired, postpone difficult conversations because physical state affects emotional reactivity. This is not cowardice, but wisdom, choosing your battles and recognizing your limits. For intervention, once anger begins, Seneca offers immediate tactics. First, recognize what is happening. You are moving toward anger, and anger will make you act foolishly. Simply naming the emotion can create distance from it, what psychologists call affect labeling. Second, impose delay before acting. Count to 10, leave the room, sleep on it before sending that angry email. Most anger loses intensity quickly if you do not feed it with vengeful thoughts and immediate action. Third, examine the triggering belief. Were you actually wronged, or are you misinterpreting the situation? Did they intend to harm you, or did you assume malice when incompetence or accident better explains their behavior? Seneca points out that most perceived insults are either unintentional or involve people so foolish that their opinions mean nothing. Why become angry over the judgment of someone whose judgment you do not respect? Fourth, consider consequences. If you act on this anger, what will happen? Will you say something you cannot unsay? Damage a relationship beyond repair? Make an enemy who will cause future problems? Anger promises satisfaction through revenge, but usually delivers regret. For repair, after you have acted angrily, Seneca insists on prompt acknowledgement and apology. Do not justify or minimize what you did. Do not blame the other person for provoking you. Simply recognize you acted wrongly and commit to doing better. This practice, which Seneca apparently used nightly as part of his self-examination, prevents anger from becoming habitual and maintains relationships despite inevitable failures. The question remains whether these techniques actually work. Modern cognitive behavioral therapy uses virtually identical methods: reframing thoughts, behavioral delay, examining evidence for beliefs, considering consequences, and research shows these approaches reduce anger and aggression significantly. Mindfulness meditation, which trains present-moment awareness and emotional distance, also reduces anger reactivity. So, empirical evidence supports Seneca's practical strategies, even if his underlying theory remains debatable. But critics point out class and power dynamics Seneca ignores. His advice to remain calm when insulted assumes a position of security and power where you can afford not to defend your reputation. Marginalized people often cannot afford this luxury because their safety depends on others perceiving them as willing to fight back. A Roman senator could shrug off insults because his status was secure. An enslaved person or a member of a subordinated group might need anger displays for survival. Similarly, Seneca's advice about avoiding anger-provoking situations assumes freedom of movement that many lack. If your workplace is toxic but you cannot quit, if your family member is abusive but you must maintain contact for other reasons, if you live in a neighborhood with constant harassment, you cannot simply avoid triggers. The advice becomes develop superhuman equanimity rather than practical guidance. There is also the problem of what philosopher Agnes Callard calls the hydraulic model of emotion. Seneca assumes you can redirect emotional energy through reason, converting anger into calm determination. But emotions may not work this way. Suppressing anger without addressing underlying needs for respect, safety, justice may simply drive it underground, where it emerges as depression, anxiety, or passive aggression. Sometimes anger signals that something genuinely needs to change, and the solution is not managing the emotion better, but changing the situation. Seneca's broader treatment of passion extends beyond anger to fear, grief, excessive joy, and desire. All passions, in his view, involve false judgments about what matters and disrupt rational tranquility. Fear judges that something bad might happen and that you should worry about it, when actually the future is beyond your control and worry accomplishes nothing. Grief judges that you have lost something genuinely valuable, when actually no external thing is genuinely valuable, only virtue matters. Excessive joy at good fortune sets you up for devastation when fortune changes, as it always does. The Stoic ideal is apatheia, a Greek word often mistranslated as apathy, but actually meaning freedom from destructive passion. The wise person still experiences appropriate feelings, what Stoics called good emotions or eupatheiai, joy at virtue, caution toward genuine danger, wishing well toward others. They simply do not experience the turbulent passions that depend on false beliefs about external things mattering ultimately. Contemporary philosopher Robert Solomon argues this entire framework misunderstands emotions. Emotions are not simply judgments that can be corrected through reasoning, but complex responses involving physiology, cognition, behavior, and phenomenology. Moreover, emotions provide essential information about our values and relationships. To eliminate them, even if possible, would be to eliminate much of what makes life meaningful. The challenge for anyone engaging Seneca's passion theory is distinguishing between emotions that reveal something true. This relationship is toxic. This job violates your values. This injustice demands response, and emotions based on distorted thinking. You assume everyone judges you when they are focused on themselves. You catastrophize minor setbacks. You resent people for not meeting unexpressed expectations. Seneca gives surprisingly little guidance for making this distinction, perhaps because he assumes all strong passions are distortions. A more nuanced approach might say, Examine your emotions carefully. Some signal genuine problems, while others reflect cognitive errors, and learn through practice and perhaps therapy to tell the difference. What remains useful from Seneca's anger and passion work is the recognition that emotions involve interpretation, not just automatic responses to objective reality. How you think about situations affects how you feel about them, and changing thoughts can change feelings. This insight underlies virtually all modern psychotherapy and has helped millions of people. You may not achieve Stoic apatheia, and perhaps should not try, but you can definitely become less angry, less fearful, less devastated by setbacks through the kind of cognitive work Seneca advocates. His final word on anger captures both his wisdom and his blind spots. "Let us cultivate humanity," he writes, by which he means recognizing that everyone is imperfect. Everyone acts from limited understanding. Everyone deserves some tolerance for their failures because we ourselves fail constantly. This is beautiful and humane. But it risks becoming a council of accommodation, accepting mistreatment as just human nature, rather than demanding better from ourselves and others. The balance between acceptance and righteous resistance remains unresolved in Seneca's work, and perhaps in human life itself. Part 4. Wealth, Poverty, and the Luxury Problem. No aspect of Seneca's philosophy has generated more controversy than his simultaneous advocacy for simple living and his accumulation of enormous wealth. By the time of his death, Seneca was reportedly the second richest private citizen in Rome after the emperor, with estates throughout Italy and investments across the empire. Yet he wrote extensively about the corrupting nature of wealth and the virtue of poverty. Was he a hypocrite, a pragmatist, or something more complex? To understand this paradox, we must first grasp Seneca's theoretical position on wealth, which is more nuanced than either wealth is evil or wealth does not matter. He operates within the Stoic framework that only virtue is genuinely good and only vice is genuinely bad, making everything else, health, wealth, pleasure, reputation, genuinely neutral in terms of human happiness. However, Stoics acknowledged that some neutral things are preferred and others dispreferred, meaning we reasonably choose them when available, but should not be disturbed when they are not. Wealth falls into this category of preferred indifference. It is better to be wealthy than poor, all else equal, just as it is better to be healthy than sick. Wealth provides resources for helping others, pursuing philosophy without economic anxiety, and avoiding degrading dependency on tyrants or corrupt systems. But wealth cannot make you genuinely happy because happiness depends entirely on virtue, on being a person of good character regardless of external circumstances. This seems reasonable until you examine the implications. If wealth is genuinely neutral regarding happiness, why does Seneca devote so much energy to discussing it? If being wealthy versus poor makes no real difference to human flourishing, why accumulate wealth at all? And if wealth is merely preferred, why does Seneca repeatedly warn about its dangers and temptations? His essay On the Happy Life directly addresses critics who attacked him for preaching poverty while living in luxury. His defense involves several moves. First, he distinguishes between the perfect sage, who has achieved complete wisdom and tranquility, and the proficiens, the person making progress toward wisdom but not yet arrived. The sage would be equally happy, rich or poor, because external circumstances truly do not affect them. But for everyone else still working toward virtue, Wealth poses both opportunities and dangers. Second, Seneca argues that using wealth wisely demonstrates virtue rather than contradicting it. The real test is not whether you have wealth, but whether wealth has you, whether you are enslaved to luxury, terrified of losing what you have, constantly pursuing more. A philosopher who maintains wealth without attachment, who could lose everything tomorrow without inner devastation, demonstrates Stoic principles through practice rather than through poverty. Third, he claims that wealth enables philosophy and virtue by providing time and resources. If you are constantly worried about basic survival, philosophy becomes difficult. If you lack resources to help others, your virtue is limited in practical impact. Better to have wealth and use it virtuously than to lack wealth and be unable to benefit others or pursue wisdom effectively. These arguments have not persuaded most critics across 2,000 years. The historian Tacitus, writing shortly after Seneca's death, acidly noted that Seneca's defense of his wealth read more like self-justification than philosophy. Medieval Christian writers saw him as embodying the disconnect between pagan philosophy and authentic virtue, all talk without substance. Modern scholars remain divided between those who see tragic inconsistency and those who find sophisticated ethical reasoning. Philosopher Brad Inwood defends Seneca by arguing that his wealth was largely involuntary. In the Roman imperial system, close advisors to the emperor received constant gifts, often land or business interests, that could not be refused without giving offence. Seneca's wealth grew partly through such gifts during his years advising Nero. To give everything away might have appeared as rejection of the emperor, potentially fatal. So Seneca was trapped between philosophical ideals and political reality, managing wealth he had not entirely chosen to accumulate. This defense has problems. Even granting that some wealth came involuntarily, Seneca clearly did not live in austere simplicity. Ancient sources describe his multiple villas with expensive furnishings, his collection of valuable furniture pieces, his investments in various enterprises. This goes beyond simply receiving unwanted gifts into active participation in Roman elite lifestyle. But perhaps the most damning evidence comes from Seneca's own letters to Lucilius, where he repeatedly describes struggling with luxury and attachment. In Letter 5, he writes about practicing poverty by periodically living for several days on plain food and rough clothing, to prove to himself he could endure it if necessary. Why would you need such practices unless you were genuinely attached to comfort, unless you doubted your own readiness to lose what you had? Letter 27 describes Seneca visiting a friend's elaborate country villa and feeling simultaneously disgusted by its opulence and tempted to want such things for himself. He admits to the temptation honestly, then tries to analyze it philosophically. Why do we want such things? The answer, he concludes, is competitive comparison, wanting to display status, a fundamentally empty motivation. Yet he never reports giving his own villas away. This brings us to the core problem. Is Seneca's philosophy about wealth actually practical, or is it an elaborate rationalization that allows wealthy people to feel virtuous without changing their behavior? Feminist philosopher Miranda Fricker calls this moral luxury, the ability to adopt demanding ethical positions in theory while your material circumstances ensure you never have to follow through practically. It is easy to say wealth does not matter when you are wealthy, harder to say when you are poor. The Marxist critique goes deeper, arguing that Seneca's entire framework obscures economic injustice by focusing on psychological attitudes. When you claim that poverty cannot harm you because only vice harms you, you provide ideological cover for a system that produces poverty and wealth inequality. The impoverished person is told their suffering is not real, just psychological, and if they were wiser, they would be happy, despite material deprivation. This serves the interests of the wealthy by preventing challenge to economic structures. Seneca's essay on benefits, about gift-giving and reciprocity, inadvertently reveals this dynamic. He advises wealthy benefactors to give to the deserving poor, but frames it entirely in terms of the benefactor's virtue and the recipient's gratitude. There is no analysis of why some people have immense wealth to give while others need to receive, no questioning of the economic system that produces such inequality, just advice on how to give and receive graciously within that system. This is ethics subordinated to maintaining the status quo. Yet some defenders argue that Seneca's framework has subversive potential that critics miss. Scholar Emily Wilson points out that by claiming only virtue matters, Seneca undermines the entire basis of Roman social hierarchy, which rested on wealth, birth, and office. If truly the poorest labourer with virtue is superior to the richest senator without it, this radically challenges conventional values, even if Seneca himself fails to follow through on the implication. Moreover, Seneca does occasionally criticize economic exploitation directly. In Letter 47, on the treatment of slaves, he writes with unusual passion that slaves are human beings, that their condition is a matter of fortune rather than nature, that they deserve respect and kindness. He even suggests that calling someone slave is misleading because we are all slaves to fortune, to circumstances, to our own passions, anticipating later arguments about universal vulnerability. This falls short of condemning slavery as an institution, a failure shared by virtually all ancient philosophers. But it does assert human equality beneath social distinctions. The practical question for contemporary readers is whether anything valuable survives in Seneca's wealth philosophy after acknowledging its limitations and contradictions. Several insights seem durable. First, the phenomenon he describes as wealth enslaving people rather than freeing them remains widely observable. Research in psychology and economics shows that beyond a modest threshold, perhaps around $75,000 annually in contemporary United States, additional income correlates only weakly with increased happiness. Yet people continue pursuing wealth far beyond this point, often sacrificing health, relationships, and meaningful work in the process. Why? Seneca's answer remains relevant. People pursue wealth for comparative status rather than actual enjoyment, because they fear future want, because they are enslaved to desires that grow faster than satisfaction of them. These psychological mechanisms operate regardless of whether Stoic metaphysics is correct, and recognizing them can help individuals make better choices about work, consumption, and what really matters. Second, Seneca's practice of voluntary discomfort has found renewed interest. Movements like minimalism, voluntary simplicity, and financial independence advocate periodically living with less, both to appreciate what you have and to prove you can survive without it. Research shows that experiences of discomfort that you choose, like camping or fasting, can increase resilience and life satisfaction by expanding your comfort zone and reducing fear of deprivation. This does not require Stoic metaphysics, just recognition that adaptability has practical value. Third, the distinction between having wealth and being enslaved by it captures something real. Two people with identical incomes can relate to money completely differently, one anxious and grasping, the other relaxed and generous. While Seneca's claim that the wise person is equally happy regardless of wealth overstates the case, the claim that psychological attitude toward wealth matters enormously seems correct. This suggests that work on your relationship with money, examining your beliefs and fears around it, has value independent of changing your actual financial situation. Fourth, Seneca's emphasis on wealth enabling service to others anticipates effective altruism and earning-to-give strategies. Some contemporary ethicists argue that the best way to help others may be to pursue high-paying careers and donate substantial portions of your income to effective charities, rather than directly working in helping professions. This parallels Seneca's argument that wealth used virtuously amplifies your capacity for good. Of course, Seneca did not actually give most of his wealth away, limiting this parallel, but the theoretical framework has modern applications. Where Seneca decisively fails is in structural analysis. He never seriously examines how wealth is produced, whose labour creates it, or whether the systems generating inequality might be unjust, independent of any individual's virtue or vice. He treats wealth as natural fact, like rain, rather than as socially constructed through laws, customs and power relations that could be different. This blindness is not unique to Seneca. Ancient philosophy generally lacked tools for economic structural analysis, but it fatally limits his contribution to ethics of wealth. The other failure is in his own life. Even granting difficult circumstances, political pressure, involuntary gifts, Seneca clearly could have lived far more simply than he did and chose not to. This does not invalidate everything he wrote. Bad people can have true insights, but it does suggest that his actual beliefs about wealth differed from his stated principles, or that he lacked the strength to live consistently with beliefs he genuinely held. Either way, it is philosophically instructive. If someone as intelligent and dedicated to philosophy as Seneca could not achieve consistency between theory and practice on wealth, this suggests how difficult that consistency is, and perhaps how flawed the theory itself may be. The deepest lesson might be precisely in this failure. Beware of philosophical systems that let you feel virtuous while materially comfortable, that focus on psychological attitudes while leaving material conditions unexamined. If your philosophy makes you comfortable rather than challenging you to change, suspect it is serving your interests rather than truth. Seneca's wealth problem remains a permanent warning about philosophy becoming ideology, ideas serving power rather than questioning it. Part 5. Adversity as Teacher. Few themes run more consistently through Seneca's work than the idea that adversity benefits human development more than prosperity. In multiple essays and letters, he argues that setbacks, losses, physical pain, and various misfortunes are opportunities for virtue rather than genuine harms. His essay on providence specifically addresses why bad things happen to good people, and his answer is provocative. Nothing bad actually happens to good people because what seem like misfortunes are actually training exercises provided by fate or God to develop our character. This claim strikes modern ears as either profoundly wise or offensively naive, depending on your perspective and circumstances. To understand what Seneca means requires working through his argument carefully, then examining where it succeeds and where it collapses. Seneca begins with a metaphor. God relates to good people as a strict but loving father relates to his sons, demanding effort and discipline because he wants them to become strong. He indulges bad people, giving them easy lives, like a father who spoils children he does not care about because their development means nothing to him. So when you face adversity, you should interpret it as a sign that you matter, that your potential is worth developing through difficulty. He catalogues examples: poverty tests, whether you can maintain dignity without wealth; illness tests, whether you can endure physical suffering without losing your mind; exile tests, whether you can be happy anywhere; loss of loved ones tests, whether you understand that nothing external ultimately matters. Each challenge provides an arena for practicing virtue, specifically the virtue of endurance and rational acceptance. This framework rests on several Stoic premises we have already encountered. First, only virtue is good, and only vice is bad, meaning external events cannot genuinely harm you unless they make you vicious. Poverty, illness, death, these are externals that do not affect your character unless you choose to respond badly to them. Second, everything that happens is part of a rational cosmic order, determined by causes stretching back infinitely. You cannot change what happens, only how you interpret and respond to it. Third, the universe is fundamentally good and purposeful, so what appears bad must serve some beneficial function, even if you cannot immediately see it. Given these premises, the conclusion follows logically. Adversity provides training in virtue that prosperity cannot. When life is easy, you never learn your own capacity for endurance, never develop resilience, never discover what you are truly capable of handling. Difficulty forces growth that comfort prevents. Seneca offers historical and contemporary examples. Great leaders emerged from adversity. Cato the Younger demonstrated supreme virtue precisely through losing the civil war and choosing death over compromising his principles. Athletes train through deliberately imposed hardship because easy practice produces no improvement. Even pleasure-seeking hedonists admit that struggle makes pleasure sweeter, though Seneca rejects this as the wrong reason to value difficulty. He also makes a subtle psychological observation. Often what we fear most turns out manageable when it actually happens. You dread poverty, then lose your wealth and discover you can live simply without catastrophe. You fear illness, then get sick and find inner resources you did not know you had. Anticipatory anxiety is usually worse than the reality, suggesting that adversity functions partly as cure for excessive fear by demonstrating you can survive what you thought would destroy you. This philosophy has generated powerful attraction across cultures and centuries. Christians adapted it as the idea that suffering brings you closer to God and tests your faith. Military cultures embrace it as what does not kill you makes you stronger. Self-help literature constantly repeats variations of the idea that setbacks are blessings in disguise, failures are learning opportunities, obstacles are gifts. But does it hold up under scrutiny? Contemporary philosophers and psychologists have subjected this framework to intense critique. finding both valuable insights and dangerous distortions. First, the psychological research on adversity reveals a more complex picture than Seneca suggests. Some adversity, particularly moderate challenges that you successfully overcome, does build resilience and self-efficacy. Psychologist Martin Seligman's research on learned helplessness shows that experiencing control over moderate stresses creates a sense of mastery that generalizes to new challenges. This validates Seneca's core insight. However, severe trauma, chronic stress, and overwhelming adversity often produce the opposite effect. Instead of building character, they damage psychological functioning, creating post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, learned helplessness, and impaired capacity for trust and connection. The adverse childhood experiences literature shows that multiple early traumas predict worse physical and mental health outcomes across the lifespan, not greater resilience. There is a dose-response relationship. Moderate challenges help, but too much adversity harms. Seneca acknowledges no such threshold. In his framework, any amount of adversity is beneficial because it is all opportunity for virtue, regardless of intensity or duration. This is empirically false and potentially cruel as a response to someone facing trauma. Telling a torture victim or someone with terminal illness that their suffering is a gift for character development minimizes genuine harm and suggests they are failing morally if they do not benefit from their pain. Philosopher Susan Bryson, who survived violent assault, powerfully critiques philosophies that aestheticize suffering. She points out that Seneca writes from the position of someone who faced adversity, exile, and forced suicide, but never faced the kind of trauma that shatters identity itself. When violence is extreme enough, the very self that would supposedly grow through adversity is destroyed. Survivors often experience profound alienation from philosophical frameworks that suggest suffering is meaningful or beneficial because their lived experience contradicts it absolutely. There is also the problem of survivorship bias. Seneca points to people who grew through adversity, but what about those who did not survive to tell their story, or who survived broken rather than strengthened? Saying that adversity builds character ignores all the people crushed by adversity, which may be the majority. It is like praising dangerous working conditions because the workers who survive become tough, ignoring all those maimed or killed. The most serious charge against Seneca's adversity philosophy is that it serves power by encouraging acceptance rather than resistance. If you teach people that hardship is beneficial, that they should interpret suffering as training rather than injustice, you create subjects who endure exploitation without complaint. Slaveholders used this logic to justify slavery, arguing it provided moral discipline for those enslaved. Colonizers used it to justify conquest, claiming they were bringing civilization through suffering. Any oppressive system benefits from convincing victims that their oppression serves their growth. Seneca does not intend this, but intention matters less than function. By focusing entirely on how individuals should respond to adversity rather than whether the adversity itself is unjust or preventable, he depoliticizes suffering. The question becomes, how should I endure this, rather than why does this exist and can it be eliminated? This serves the status quo more than human flourishing. Yet, despite these severe problems, something valuable remains in Seneca's framework when applied appropriately. The key is distinguishing between adversity you cannot prevent and adversity imposed by unjust systems that could be different. For inevitable adversity, aging, illness, death of loved ones, accidents, natural disasters, Seneca's philosophy offers genuine help. These events will happen regardless of social justice or political resistance. You will face them better if you have practiced endurance, cultivated acceptance, developed skills for maintaining equanimity under stress. Research on coping shows that people with internal locus of control, believing they can influence their response even if not the situation, handle unavoidable adversity better than those who feel completely helpless. Seneca's practice of premeditatio malorum, rehearsing worst-case scenarios in imagination before they happen, has found support in modern psychology. Defensive pessimism, mentally preparing for how you would handle bad outcomes, reduces anxiety and improves performance compared to either unbridled optimism or chronic worry. By imagining poverty, illness or loss and planning how you would respond, you reduce fear of those possibilities and build confidence in your capacity to handle them if they occur. Similarly, his emphasis on reframing adversity as neutral or even beneficial can be psychologically helpful when dealing with challenges you are committed to facing. Athletes use this constantly, viewing pain during training as a signal you are improving rather than as suffering to avoid changes your relationship with discomfort. Cancer patients who find meaning in their experience, viewing it as teaching them what matters or bringing family closer, often cope better than those who view it as purely negative, though this should never be imposed as an obligation. The concept that psychologists call post-traumatic growth, positive change resulting from struggling with highly challenging circumstances, validates some of Seneca's insight. People who experience trauma sometimes report greater appreciation for life, stronger relationships, increased personal strength, changed priorities, and deeper spiritual or philosophical understanding. This is not universal. Many people experience only trauma without growth, but it is common enough to be a recognized phenomenon. However, research shows that post-traumatic growth correlates with certain conditions: social support, sufficient resources, opportunity to process and make meaning from the experience, pre-existing psychological strengths. It is not the trauma itself that causes growth, but the response to trauma under favorable conditions. Seneca's error is attributing the benefit to adversity itself rather than to the person's response, plus supporting circumstances. Where Seneca's philosophy applies best is in voluntary hardship. When you deliberately choose difficult challenges, endurance sports, artistic projects with no guarantee of success, starting a business despite risk, or deliberate exposure to discomfort like cold water immersion, you create adversity that genuinely does build capacity without the traumatic harm of involuntary suffering. You control the dose and can stop if it becomes too much. You maintain sense of agency, and you can interpret the difficulty as serving your goals rather than as meaningless harm. This explains why practices like Seneca's voluntary poverty exercises, living simply for several days to prove you can be beneficial without the problems of actual poverty. Chosen discomfort is completely different from forced deprivation. The choice itself makes it growth-promoting rather than traumatizing. But this same distinction shows the limitation. Seneca's advice works for people with sufficient privilege to choose their hardships, not for people whose lives are involuntarily difficult. His metaphor of God as stern father, training his children, also reveals cultural assumptions. This model assumes adversity comes from a rational, benevolent source that has your best interests at heart. But much adversity is random, pointless, or actively malicious, imposed by human cruelty or natural indifference. Finding meaning in such adversity requires either self-deception or a theological framework that most modern people lack, and forcing meaning onto genuinely meaningless suffering causes additional harm. The philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche later tried to address this by arguing that you should will the adversity you face, affirm it retrospectively as something you would choose even knowing the cost, because this transforms you from victim to author of your own story. But this too has limits. Some experiences are so destructive that willing them would be pathological, and pretending otherwise cheapens human suffering. What seems more honest is acknowledging that adversity is genuinely bad, that it causes real harm, and that the challenge is responding as well as possible without claiming the harm is actually beneficial. You can develop resilience through difficulty without calling difficulty good. You can find meaning after trauma without saying the trauma was meaningful. You can grow through struggle without being grateful for the struggle itself. This more nuanced position preserves what is valuable in Seneca while avoiding what is false or dangerous. The recognition that you can influence your response even to what you cannot control, that adversity can reveal capacities you did not know you had, that reframing difficulties as challenges rather than catastrophes helps you cope better, but also that some adversity is simply destructive, that many people do not grow through suffering, and that claiming all adversity is beneficial serves power more than truth. The final test is pragmatic. Does this philosophy help people live better? For those facing unavoidable difficulty, terminal illness, irreversible loss, circumstances genuinely beyond their control, Seneca's framework can provide comfort and motivation to respond with dignity rather than despair. For those facing injustice that could be changed, poverty from exploitation, harm from abuse, suffering from preventable causes, Seneca's framework risks encouraging endurance when resistance would be more appropriate. Wisdom lies in knowing which situation you face and responding accordingly, something Seneca himself never quite manages to articulate clearly. Part 6. Virtue and the question of what makes life good. At the centre of Seneca's entire philosophical system lies a single claim. Virtue is the only genuine good, vice is the only genuine evil, and everything else is indifferent regarding human happiness. This is the foundational Stoic thesis, shared with cynics and different from most other ancient schools that saw virtue as important but not sufficient, requiring some external goods like health, friendship, and moderate wealth for complete happiness. To understand what Seneca means by virtue requires clearing away common misunderstandings. Virtue in Stoic philosophy does not mean moral rules or Victorian sexual propriety. It translates the Greek word arete, which means excellence or functioning well according to your nature. For humans, whose distinctive nature is rationality, virtue means living according to reason, making correct judgments about what has value, and maintaining consistent character that is not swayed by passions or external circumstances. Stoics identified 4 cardinal virtues, though they considered them ultimately inseparable aspects of one unified excellence. Wisdom means knowing what is truly good, bad, and indifferent, seeing reality clearly without distortion from emotion or convention. Justice means treating others appropriately, giving them what they deserve, maintaining fairness and loyalty in relationships. Courage means enduring difficulties, facing fears, and doing what is right regardless of cost. Temperance means moderation, self-control, not being enslaved to pleasures or desires. Together, these constitute human flourishing, what Greeks called eudaimonia, often translated as happiness but better understood as living well or thriving. Seneca's version emphasizes that virtue is not about outcomes, but about intentions and character. The virtuous person acts from right judgment and good motivation, regardless of whether their actions succeed externally. A doctor who provides excellent care to a patient who dies anyway is no less virtuous than one whose patient survives, because virtue lies in the effort and wisdom, not the result which fortune controls. This separates ethics from consequences in a way that many modern moral philosophers find troubling, but that Seneca considers essential for psychological peace. Why does Seneca claim virtue alone is sufficient for happiness? His arguments span multiple domains. First, empirically, people who have wealth, health, pleasure, and success without virtue are miserable. Tyrants live in paranoid fear. Wealthy hedonists are bored and empty. Successful but dishonest people are consumed by shame and anxiety. Meanwhile, people with virtue but lacking external goods can maintain peace and dignity. Socrates in prison, Cato choosing death over dishonor, and countless unnamed people who suffer injustice without losing their integrity. This suggests virtue is sufficient because we observe it producing happiness independent of circumstances. Second, logically, happiness must depend on what is up to you, otherwise you cannot achieve it reliably. If happiness requires external goods that fortune controls, health, wealth, reputation, then your happiness is always vulnerable, hostage to events beyond your control. Only by locating happiness in virtue, which depends solely on your judgments and choices, can you secure it reliably. Otherwise, you spend life anxious, trying to control what you cannot control and never achieving stable peace. Third, phenomenologically, virtue feels intrinsically good, while vice feels intrinsically bad. When you act with courage, generosity, wisdom, or justice, you experience satisfaction independent of outcomes. When you act with cowardice, selfishness, foolishness, or injustice, you feel degraded, even if you gain external benefits. This suggests that virtue itself constitutes flourishing, rather than merely serving as a means to some other good. These arguments have generated intense philosophical debate for 2 millennia. Aristotle argued that virtue requires some external goods to be properly exercised. You cannot be generous without resources to give, courageous without dangers to face, practically wise without opportunities to deliberate about real choices. If virtue requires external conditions, then happiness requires them too, contradicting the Stoic position. Moreover, Aristotle pointed out that certain misfortunes seem to destroy happiness regardless of virtue. Chronic torture, loss of all friends and family, complete social isolation, extreme poverty that prevents any decent human activity. The person maintaining virtue under such conditions deserves admiration, but calling them happy seems to violate ordinary language and common sense. Happiness must involve some element of external circumstances going reasonably well. Seneca's response involves a strategic redefinition of happiness. He distinguishes between the Latin words beatus, meaning blessed or happy in a complete sense, and felix, meaning lucky or fortunate. The virtuous person is beatus, regardless of circumstances, because they possess the only genuine good. But they need not be felix, need not have externals going well. So the virtuous person in torture is happy in the sense that matters, possessing virtue and thus the only real good, even though obviously they are not lucky or comfortable. This redefinition strikes critics as sophistical, changing what happiness means to make the claim technically true while admitting it is false in the ordinary sense. When someone says, "I want to be happy," they do not mean, "I want to be virtuous, regardless of whether my life goes well otherwise." They mean something like, "I want my life to go well, to include pleasure and success and loving relationships and absence of severe pain." By redefining happiness to mean only virtue, Seneca answers a different question than the one people are actually asking. Philosopher Julia Annas has argued that Stoics equivocate between two incompatible claims. Sometimes they claim virtue is sufficient, meaning the virtuous person is truly happy, even in terrible circumstances. Other times they admit that external goods are preferred, that we reasonably choose health over illness and wealth over poverty, suggesting these things do matter to living well, even if they are not technically good. But if externals are genuinely indifferent, why prefer them at all? And if they matter enough to prefer, how can virtue be sufficient for happiness? Seneca never fully resolves this tension, perhaps because it is unresolvable. His writings oscillate between claiming that only virtue matters and offering practical advice about managing health, wealth, and relationships as if they matter significantly. This might reflect honest recognition that human life involves caring about externals even when philosophy says we should not, that complete indifference to health, loved ones, and basic well-being is not actually achievable or even desirable for most people. The modern reader faces a choice: reject Seneca's virtue theory as too demanding and disconnected from real human well-being, or find some way to extract value while acknowledging its limitations. Several contemporary philosophers have attempted the latter. Martha Nussbaum argues that we should preserve Seneca's insight that virtue is the most important component of happiness, while admitting it is not sufficient alone. A virtuous life in terrible circumstances is better than a vicious life in good circumstances, showing virtue matters most. But the virtuous person with health, loving relationships, and moderate wealth is happier than the virtuous person lacking these, showing externals also contribute. This rejects Stoic orthodoxy, but captures something of Seneca's practical wisdom. Philosopher Richard Sorabji suggests focusing on what Stoics called preferred indifference as goods of a secondary kind. Yes, only virtue is genuinely good, in the technical sense that it alone makes you flourish as a human being. But health, wealth, and other externals are goods in the ordinary sense that life goes better with them than without. This two-tier theory of goods preserves Stoic insight about virtue's centrality, while accommodating common sense about externals mattering. A different approach emphasizes the psychological benefits of trying to adopt Stoic attitudes, even if you cannot fully succeed. Behavioral psychologist Stephen Hayes, founder of acceptance and commitment therapy, argues that attempting to locate your well-being in what you can control, your choices and values, rather than in what you cannot control, outcomes and others' opinions, reduces anxiety and increases effectiveness, even if you never achieve complete indifference to externals. The direction of effort matters more than reaching the theoretical goal. This connects to an important distinction Seneca himself makes between the sage, who perfectly embodies virtue and achieves complete happiness, and everyone else, who can make progress toward virtue without reaching perfection. If we focus on progress rather than the theoretical ideal, Seneca's philosophy becomes more practical. Try to care more about character than reputation, more about acting rightly than achieving success, more about maintaining integrity than avoiding discomfort, even though you will never care only about virtue to the exclusion of everything else. But this pragmatic adaptation faces its own problem. If you admit virtue is not really sufficient for happiness, that you do and should care about externals, why privilege virtue so highly? Perhaps many things contribute to happiness: virtue, health, relationships, meaningful work, pleasure, beauty. And we should attend to all of them rather than elevating one above others. This pluralistic view seems more reasonable than Stoic monism, but lacks its philosophical elegance and psychological power. The deeper question is whether virtue itself is unitary or multifaceted. Seneca follows orthodox Stoicism in claiming the virtues are inseparable. You cannot have one without having all, because they are all expressions of correct understanding. If you truly have wisdom, you will also have courage, because wisdom includes understanding that nothing genuinely bad can happen to you, eliminating fear's basis. You will have justice, because wisdom includes understanding everyone's true worth. You will have temperance, because wisdom includes understanding that external pleasures do not constitute real goods worth pursuing excessively. This unity thesis has seemed implausible to most philosophers. We all know people who display one virtue without others: the courageous person who lacks wisdom, the temperate person who lacks justice, the wise person who lacks courage. Virtues seem to come apart empirically, even if theoretically they should cohere. Seneca might respond that these are not true virtues, but natural temperaments or skills that resemble virtue. But this again feels like verbal manipulation to save the theory. More problematically, what exactly does Seneca mean by virtue in practice? His letters are full of advice about being generous, patient, grateful, honest, moderate, and other specific character traits. But how do you adjudicate conflicts between these when they pull in different directions? Honesty might require hurting someone's feelings. Generosity might enable someone's harmful behavior. Patience might prevent necessary confrontation. Without some framework for balancing competing values, Be Virtuous provides little concrete guidance. Aristotle addressed this through his doctrine of the mean. Virtue lies between excess and deficiency, and practical wisdom enables you to find the appropriate middle point given circumstances. Courage lies between cowardice and recklessness, generosity between stinginess and profligacy, and so on. Seneca lacks this sophisticated framework, falling back on the claim that wisdom itself reveals the right action in each case without explaining how wisdom operates. There is also the problem that Seneca's virtue theory seems disconnected from social virtue, from building and maintaining communities, institutions, and relationships. His focus is heavily individualistic. Develop your own character, control your own judgments, secure your own tranquility. Justice appears mainly as not harming others, rather than as actively promoting their flourishing or working to create just social structures. This makes sense given Stoic cosmopolitanism, the belief that you are a citizen of the cosmos first and particular communities second, but it provides limited resources for social ethics. Contemporary virtue ethicists like Philippa Foot and Rosalind Hursthouse have developed richer accounts of how virtues function in human life, seeing them as excellencies that enable us to live well together, not just to maintain individual tranquility. Generosity matters not because it reflects correct judgment about what is good, but because communities cannot function without people willing to give and receive help. Courage matters because collective action requires people willing to face risks for shared goods. This social dimension is largely absent from Seneca's virtue theory. Yet, for all these problems, something powerful remains in Seneca's claim that character matters more than circumstances. In surveys across cultures, when people reflect on their lives, they consistently report that meaning and relationships matter more to life satisfaction than wealth or pleasure. Deathbed regrets focus on failures of character, not treating people well, not being present to loved ones, living inauthentically, rather than on failures to achieve external success. This vindicates Seneca's intuition that who you are matters more than what you have or what happens to you. Moreover, the emphasis on what is within your control remains psychologically valuable. Research on locus of control shows that people who focus on what they can influence, their effort, attitudes and choices, handle adversity better and achieve more than those who focus on external factors beyond their control. Seneca's advice to distinguish rigorously between what depends on you and what does not helps people avoid wasting energy trying to control the uncontrollable while fully engaging what they can influence. His virtue ethics also provides resources for maintaining integrity under pressure, something highly relevant in corrupt institutions or unjust societies. When external rewards go to people who compromise principles, when success requires ethical corners cutting, when everyone around you is doing wrong, Seneca's reminder that virtue itself is the goal and reward can help you resist. You cannot control whether you get the promotion or win the election, but you can control whether you maintain your integrity in the attempt. The limitation is that this framework risks becoming counsel of accommodation rather than resistance. Maintain your virtue while tolerating injustice rather than fighting to change it. But it need not function this way. You can pursue systemic change while recognizing that outcomes are partly beyond your control, focusing your energy on acting rightly rather than on guaranteeing success. This allows sustained activism without the burnout that comes from tying your well-being entirely to external results. The deepest question about Seneca's virtue ethics is whether it asks something humanly possible or even desirable, complete indifference to things we naturally and appropriately care about, our health, our loved ones, our communities, our projects. Perhaps the answer is that Seneca sets an impossible ideal that nonetheless functions well as a directional guide. Try to care more about character than externals, knowing you will never care only about character, and this attempt itself will improve your life, even though you never fully arrive. This interpretation, which many contemporary Stoics adopt, preserves practical value while abandoning theoretical purity. It is arguably more honest than Seneca himself, who sometimes seems to claim he has achieved what he has not, but it may be the only way to make his virtue theory workable for real human beings in real circumstances. Part 7. Friendship, Solitude, and Human Connection. Seneca's writings on friendship reveal tensions between Stoic theory and human need that he never fully resolves, making his treatment of relationships both psychologically insightful and philosophically problematic. The orthodox Stoic position holds that the wise person is completely self-sufficient, needing nothing external, including other people, to be happy, and only forms friendships as opportunities to exercise virtue rather than from need or emotional dependence. But Seneca writes about friendship with warmth and longing that seem to contradict such austere self-sufficiency. His letters to Lucilius constitute one long demonstration of philosophical friendship. Written over several years as Seneca aged and withdrew from public life, these letters discuss every imaginable topic: death, slavery, virtue, time, reading, social obligations, wealth, illness, all addressed to a younger friend whom Seneca mentors while also treating as an equal partner in philosophical inquiry. The letters themselves embody the kind of friendship Seneca advocates: mutual improvement through honest conversation, sharing wisdom, encouraging each other toward virtue, maintaining connection across distance. In Letter 3, Seneca distinguishes between fair-weather friends who attach themselves for advantage and true friends who remain constant regardless of your fortune. Fair-weather friends are not really friends at all, but opportunistic associates who will abandon you when circumstances change. True friendship, like virtue itself, is constant and unconditional, based on mutual respect and shared commitment to living well, rather than on external benefits. You can test whether someone is a true friend by imagining losing everything and asking whether they would still value your company. This idealization of friendship as beyond utility immediately creates problems. In reality, most relationships involve some mixture of genuine affection and practical benefit, and this seems appropriate rather than problematic. You enjoy your friends' company and also appreciate their help when needed. They value you as a person and also benefit from your skills or resources. Only demanding that friendship transcend all utility seems to set an impossible standard that degrades ordinary, valuable relationships. Seneca's response would be that he is not degrading useful relationships, but distinguishing them from true friendship. You can have many beneficial connections, colleagues who help your career, neighbours who assist in emergencies, acquaintances who make life pleasant, without calling all of these friendships. True friendship is rarer, deeper, a meeting of souls committed to each other's virtue regardless of advantage. This distinction seems reasonable until you realize it makes friendship purely moral, about mutual improvement in virtue rather than about the full range of human connection, including fun, companionship, shared interests, and emotional support. In Letter 9, he addresses whether the wise person needs friends, and his answer reveals the tension. Theoretically, the wise person is self-sufficient and needs nothing external to be happy, including friendship. However, the wise person still wants friends, not from need, but from natural human sociability and the desire to have someone to serve, someone whose virtue they can develop. Friendship becomes an opportunity to exercise virtue rather than a response to loneliness or incompleteness. This strikes most readers as psychologically implausible, if not dishonest. Seneca himself clearly needs friendship. His letters overflow with affection. He explicitly says writing to Lucilius brings him joy. He mourns lost friends intensely. The claim that wise people want friends without needing them seems like verbal gymnastics to save theoretical consistency, while admitting the human reality that we are fundamentally social beings who suffer in isolation. Modern psychology supports this ordinary understanding against Stoic theory. Research consistently shows that social connection is not merely preferred, but essential for mental and physical health. Social isolation is associated with increased mortality risk comparable to smoking, higher rates of depression and anxiety, cognitive decline, and weakened immune function. Humans evolved as intensely social primates for whom belonging to groups meant survival and exclusion meant death. Claiming we do not need others contradicts our biological and psychological nature. Moreover, attachment theory reveals that our earliest relationships with caregivers shape our capacity for all future relationships. Secure attachment, formed when caregivers are reliably responsive to an infant's needs, creates a foundation for healthy adult relationships characterized by trust and comfort with intimacy. Insecure attachment, formed through neglect or inconsistent caregiving, creates anxiety or avoidance in relationships. This developmental research suggests that relationality is not something we can transcend through philosophy, but is built into our psychology from birth. Yet Seneca's treatment of friendship contains insights that survive his questionable theoretical framework. His emphasis on choosing friends carefully for their character rather than their utility, social status, or entertainment value remains sound advice. Research in psychology shows that your social network significantly influences your behavior, values, and well-being through social contagion effects. Obesity, happiness, divorce, and many other states spread through networks. Spending time with people who embody the character you aspire to develop makes you more likely to develop it yourself. He also advocates a practice of regular self-examination regarding your friendships. Are you becoming better through these relationships, or worse? Do these people encourage your genuine development or your worst tendencies? This is different from using friends purely instrumentally for self-improvement. It is recognizing that relationships have moral dimensions and that who we choose to be close to shapes who we become. Modern research on peer influence, particularly among adolescents, confirms that friend selection profoundly affects life outcomes. Seneca's advice about friendship's obligations shows both wisdom and limitation. In Letter 3, he argues you should help friends, but not enable their vices. Give them what they need, but not what they want, if what they want is harmful. You should be honest with friends, even when honesty is uncomfortable, because flattery is not friendship, and concealing hard truths from someone prevents their improvement. This sounds reasonable until you apply it to specific situations. When does honest feedback become cruel criticism? When does refusing to enable vice become abandoning someone in crisis? When does requiring friends to meet high standards become conditional acceptance that undermines the security relationships should provide? Seneca offers little guidance for these boundary cases, perhaps because his framework sees friendship primarily as mutual virtue development, rather than as encompassing the full complexity of human relationship. The need for acceptance, the role of fun and pleasure, the importance of practical support, the place of shared suffering and celebration. His treatment of solitude reveals similar complexity. Seneca clearly valued time alone for reading, writing and self-examination, practices he considered essential for philosophical development. Letter 7 discusses whether to withdraw from crowds and social obligations to focus on philosophy, concluding that yes, you should seek solitude regularly, but not permanently, because complete withdrawal prevents exercising social virtues and risks becoming misanthropic rather than wise. You need both solitude and society, alternating between them. This advice about balancing solitude and connection seems psychologically sound, confirmed by research on introversion and extroversion showing that people have different optimal levels of social stimulation. Most people benefit from both social connection and alone time, though the ideal ratio varies by individual temperament. Too much social stimulation leads to burnout and loss of self. Too much isolation leads to loneliness and distorted thinking. But Seneca's particular reason for valuing solitude, that it enables philosophical study and moral improvement, again narrows the range of what relationships are for. People need solitude for many reasons beyond moral development. Rest, creativity, processing emotions, simply enjoying your own company. And people need connection for many reasons beyond exercising virtue, emotional support, fun, physical affection, shared work, collaborative creation. By filtering everything through the lens of virtue, Seneca reduces the richness of human social and solitary experience to a single dimension. Letter 55 discusses visiting a friend's elaborate villa and finding the owner withdrawn from society into luxurious isolation. Seneca disapproves, arguing that such withdrawal is not philosophical retreat, but escape from social obligations through wealth, a corruption of solitude into selfish hiding. True philosophical retreat maintains connection through correspondence, welcomes visitors and returns to society to serve, rather than cutting oneself off permanently. The wealthy recluse is really hiding from themselves, using isolation to avoid self-examination rather than to enable it. This distinction between philosophical and escapist solitude remains relevant. Modern society enables unprecedented isolation through digital entertainment, online shopping, and remote work that can eliminate face-to-face contact entirely. Some people use this isolation productively for work or creativity, but many use it to avoid human complexity and obligation, becoming increasingly anxious about interaction the longer they avoid it. Seneca's warning that isolation can be escape rather than wisdom still applies. His most controversial claim about relationships appears in various contexts, that the wise person maintains perfect tranquility even when loved ones die, because they understand that nothing external, including people they love, genuinely matters to their happiness. In letter 99, he writes to a friend grieving his son's death, and the letter is extraordinary for both its compassion and its severity. Seneca begins with genuine empathy. Grief is natural. You should not suppress initial sadness. The relationship mattered, and its loss hurts. But then he insists that prolonged grief represents an error in judgment. You knew when your son was born that he would die someday, perhaps before you. Nothing that begins lasts forever. By grieving excessively, you are claiming that something bad happened to you, but actually nothing bad happened because death is natural and the person who died is now beyond harm, and your own happiness does not depend on their continued existence. You should remember your son with gratitude for the time you had, but you should not be devastated by his death, because that devastation implies you were too attached to something external rather than grounding your happiness in virtue alone. This counsel has struck readers across centuries as either profoundly wise or monstrously cold. The historian Dio Cassius reports that Seneca's critics asked, "If losing loved ones is truly indifferent, why did you grieve so intensely when your own friends and family died, as contemporary accounts record you doing?" Seneca's response, according to Dio, was that he grieved as someone still making progress toward wisdom, not as a perfect sage, admitting the gap between theory and practice. This honest admission makes Seneca more sympathetic, but it also raises questions about the theory itself. If grief is natural, and even philosophically advanced people experience it, perhaps the problem is not with human attachment, but with a philosophy that declares such attachment a mistake. Contemporary grief research reveals that what psychologists call continuing bonds, maintaining psychological connection with deceased loved ones through memory, ritual, and internal conversation, is actually healthy and normal rather than pathological attachment. People who maintain such bonds often adjust better than those who try to completely let go, contrary to earlier theories that demanded detachment. This suggests Seneca's advice to remember gratefully while not grieving excessively captures something, but his claim that you should not be devastated by death contradicts both human psychology and what actually helps people cope. There is also the empirical question. Are people who follow Stoic advice about not depending on others for happiness actually happier? Some research suggests that people with insecure avoidant attachment, who minimize emotional closeness and pride themselves on self-sufficiency, report lower subjective well-being than those with secure attachment who comfortably depend on and support others. The person who claims, "I do not need anyone," often struggles more than the person who acknowledges need and builds supportive relationships. This suggests that Stoic self-sufficiency might be maladaptive rather than wise. Yet there is a middle position between Stoic detachment and anxious clinging that Seneca sometimes approaches without fully endorsing. You can deeply value relationships, invest in them emotionally and practically, while also recognizing their impermanence and maintaining some inner stability that survives their loss. This is not indifference, but what psychologists call differentiation, having clear boundaries between yourself and others, caring about them while not making their existence necessary for your survival. Research shows that differentiated people have better relationships because they can be genuinely close without losing themselves or trying to control their partners to manage their own anxiety. Seneca's advice about friendship and connection works best when interpreted as warning against anxious attachment and excessive dependence, rather than as advocating complete self-sufficiency. Do not make any relationship so central to your identity that losing it destroys you entirely. Do not try to control loved ones to secure your own happiness. Do not sacrifice your values or integrity to maintain relationships. But also recognize that you are fundamentally social, that relationships matter profoundly, and that needing others is human strength rather than weakness. This more moderate interpretation abandons theoretical purity, but gains practical wisdom. It acknowledges that Seneca was right about some things. Choose friends carefully, invest in relationships that bring out your best self, maintain some solitude for self-knowledge. Do not become so attached that you cannot survive loss. But it also admits he was wrong to claim that wise people do not need others, or that proper philosophy eliminates grief. We are social animals who flourish through connection and suffer through isolation, and no amount of philosophical training eliminates this fundamental human nature, nor should it. Part 8. Death, Suicide, and the Art of Dying. No theme dominates Seneca's later writing more than death, and no aspect of his philosophy proves more disturbing to modern sensibilities than his treatment of suicide. For Seneca, learning to die well is perhaps philosophy's most important lesson, and choosing the moment of your own death can represent the ultimate assertion of human freedom. Understanding this requires examining his views carefully before evaluating them critically, because both his wisdom and his errors on this topic are profound. Seneca's basic position is that death is neither good nor bad, but indifferent. It is simply a natural event, the end of life, which happens to everyone and cannot reasonably be feared because it is nothing, mere absence of existence. Before you were born, you did not exist, and this pre-birth non-existence did not harm you, so why should post-death non-existence be any different? Fear of death is therefore irrational, based on false beliefs about death being something rather than nothing, something that happens to you rather than simply you ceasing to be. He argues that much of human unhappiness stems from death anxiety. People postpone living because they assume they have infinite time, then arrive at death's door having never truly lived. They pursue wealth and status frantically because they unconsciously believe these will save them from mortality. They avoid present moment awareness because it reminds them of life's brevity and fragility. Learning to accept death, to remember it constantly without morbid obsession, frees you from these destructive patterns and enables genuine living. In Letter 61, Seneca describes his practice of daily death meditation. Every evening, imagine that this day was your last. Examine whether you lived well. Practice accepting that life could end tonight. This is not morbid dwelling on mortality, but practical preparation that makes each day more vivid and purposeful. When you remember death constantly, you stop postponing what matters, stop wasting time on trivialities, stop taking people for granted. Paradoxically, regular contemplation of death enhances life rather than diminishing it. Research in psychology broadly supports this claim. Studies on mortality salience, reminding people of their eventual death, show mixed effects depending on how it is done. When death reminders trigger existential anxiety, people often respond with defensive reactions, clinging to cultural worldviews, judging others more harshly, pursuing status and wealth more intensely, exactly what Seneca says happens when people fear death without accepting it. But when death awareness is cultivated through practices like meditation that promote acceptance rather than fear, it often increases present moment awareness, gratitude, prioritization of relationships, and meaning over achievement, and reduce materialism, exactly what Seneca predicts. The hospice movement has rediscovered some of these insights. Dying patients who accept their mortality often report greater peace, clarity about priorities, and appreciation for remaining time than those who fight acceptance until the end. This does not mean surrendering appropriate medical treatment, but rather acknowledging mortality while living as fully as possible with whatever time remains. Seneca's advice about making peace with death has clear application in terminal illness. But Seneca goes much further than accepting inevitable death. He advocates active choice about when to die. Letter 70 discusses suicide at length, defending it as potentially the ultimate expression of freedom and rationality. His position is that while life is generally preferable and should be preserved when it allows for virtuous living, sometimes circumstances make continued life incompatible with virtue or human dignity, and in such cases suicide is not merely permitted, but may be the right choice. What circumstances justify suicide in Seneca's view? Chronic pain that prevents all activity and rational thought. Diseases like advanced dementia that destroy the mind, leaving only biological existence without human capacity for virtue. Capture by enemies who will torture or enslave you, eliminating the possibility of living with dignity. Service under a tyrant so evil that remaining in their service would require participation in atrocities. In all these cases, Seneca argues, continued biological existence serves no purpose because the distinctly human capacity for rational, virtuous life has been eliminated, and choosing death represents wisdom rather than cowardice. He emphasizes that the decision must be made rationally, not from passion or despair. Impulsive suicide from anger, grief, or temporary unhappiness represents vice, a failure to endure what could be endured, and Seneca absolutely condemns it. But deliberate suicide, after calm reflection about circumstances that genuinely eliminate the possibility of virtuous life, represents courage and self-determination. The difference is rational judgment versus emotional reaction. Seneca himself faced this choice when Nero ordered him to commit suicide in 65 of the Common Era. By then, in his late 60s, weakened by years of political stress and ill health, having already withdrawn from public life, Seneca chose to comply rather than wait for assassination. According to Tacitus's account, he died calmly after days of failed attempts. His veins opened, but blood flowing too slowly from his emaciated body, finally succumbing to poison and then suffocation in a hot bath, continuing philosophical conversation until the very end. This death became emblematic of philosophical suicide done well. Deliberate, rational, calm, maintaining virtue to the final moment. Modern responses to Seneca's suicide ethics divide sharply. Many find his position more humane and honest than blanket prohibitions that force people to endure unbearable suffering they have no hope of surviving meaningfully. The Death with Dignity movement, advocating for legal-assisted suicide for terminal patients, echoes Seneca's reasoning. When further life involves only degradation and suffering without possibility of recovery, rational choice to end life preserves dignity that forced continuation destroys. Countries that have legalized physician-assisted suicide for terminal patients, Netherlands, Belgium, Switzerland, Oregon, and other US states, allow exactly the kind of rational suicide Seneca advocates. But critics raise serious objections. First, Seneca underestimates how often circumstances that seem to eliminate possibility of virtuous life are actually temporary or subject to change. Many suicide attempt survivors report being grateful they survived, that the circumstances that seemed unbearable improved, or that they developed capacity to cope they did not know they had. Seneca's criterion for justified suicide, that further virtuous life is impossible, cannot be reliably assessed in the moment because we cannot know what future capacity for adaptation or recovery we might develop. Second, Seneca's distinction between rational and emotional suicide proves difficult to apply in practice. Depression, for example, distorts thinking, making temporary suffering seem permanent and hopeless, convincing you that things cannot improve. A person depressed enough to seriously consider suicide lacks the rational clarity Seneca requires for legitimate suicide. Yet that person might believe they are thinking clearly. Without external standards, anyone considering suicide could claim they are making a rational choice, when actually they are responding to distorted thinking that could be treated. Third, even with terminal illness, the line between preserving dignity and giving up prematurely is not clear. Palliative care has advanced enormously since Roman times, and most pain can be managed effectively without hastening death. Some people die peacefully from illness with dignity intact, while others, who seem to have no quality of life remaining, report meaningful experiences until their final days. Seneca's criteria risk encouraging premature suicide based on predicted suffering that might never materialize. Fourth, Seneca largely ignores the impact of suicide on survivors. Contemporary research shows that losing someone to suicide creates prolonged grief, guilt, confusion, and increased suicide risk in surviving friends and family. Even rational suicide for terminal illness profoundly affects loved ones who must live with the decision, wondering whether they could have done more, whether the person would have changed their mind, whether supporting the suicide made them complicit in killing someone they loved. By focusing entirely on the individual's rational assessment, Seneca neglects the social dimensions of death. The most serious philosophical challenge comes from religious and some secular frameworks that assert life's inherent value independent of its capacity for virtue. Christian theology, for instance, claims that life is a gift from God, that humans may not discard voluntarily regardless of circumstances, that suffering has spiritual meaning, and that God determines the timing of death. Many non-religious thinkers also argue that human life has intrinsic value beyond its rational capacities, that even severely demented or vegetative patients retain moral status that prohibits deliberately ending their lives. These positions directly contradict Seneca's criterion that life only matters insofar as it enables virtue. Seneca's response would likely be that such views mistake life, mere biological continuation, for living, the distinctly human activity of rational, virtuous existence. When the latter becomes impossible, the former no longer serves any purpose worth preserving. But this response begs the question, who decides when genuinely human life has become impossible, and by what standards? Contemporary debates about physician-assisted suicide often turn on these questions. Advocates argue that competent adults suffering terminal illness should have autonomy to choose death with medical assistance when they judge continued life offers only suffering without benefit. Opponents worry about pressure on vulnerable patients to choose death to avoid being burdens, about doctors becoming killers rather than healers, about the slippery slope toward expanding criteria beyond the terminal to include chronic illness, disability, or psychological suffering where capacity for meaningful life is more ambiguous. Belgian practice illustrates these concerns. What began as allowing assisted suicide for terminal physical illness has expanded to include severe psychiatric illness, with multiple cases of relatively young people being euthanized for depression or personality disorders that were arguably treatable. Critics point to this as confirming fears that once rational suicide is legitimized, criteria inevitably expand beyond situations where Seneca's reasoning clearly applies. Yet, blanket prohibition of suicide also has serious problems. It forces people to endure unbearable suffering they desperately want to end, denying them autonomy over their own lives and deaths. It results in violent, solitary suicides that traumatize families and fail to ensure death is actually peaceful. It prevents open conversation about dying between patients and doctors, driving underground discussions that should be transparent. Perhaps the most honest position acknowledges that there are cases where assisted suicide seems clearly appropriate, such as imminent death from terminal illness causing intractable suffering, and cases where it seems clearly inappropriate, such as treatable depression or coercion from family wanting to inherit sooner, with a large grey area in between where reasonable people disagree. Rather than seeking one universal rule, we might need case-by-case judgment with robust procedural protections. Mandatory waiting periods, multiple physician approvals, psychological evaluation, witnessed request, reversible decision-making, all designed to ensure the choice is genuinely voluntary and informed. This practical approach preserves some of Seneca's insight while rejecting his theoretical framework. Yes, rational adults should have some say over their own deaths, particularly when facing terminal illness. Yes, continuing biological existence that involves only suffering with no prospect of recovery may be worse than peaceful death. But no, individual rational judgment is not sufficient. We need social guardrails to protect against error, coercion, and temporary states of mind that distort judgment. Seneca's broader lesson about accepting mortality remains valuable, while his specific suicide ethics proves dangerously incomplete. Learning to accept death as natural and inevitable, maintaining awareness of life's brevity without morbid obsession, and using that awareness to live more fully in the present, these practices have genuine psychological benefit. But moving from accepting death to endorsing deliberate suicide requires far more careful ethical analysis than Seneca provides, because suicide involves complex psychological, social, and moral dimensions that cannot be reduced to individual rational calculation about whether virtuous life remains possible. His own death remains contested 2,000 years later. Some see it as the ultimate philosophical act, Seneca living and dying by his principles, maintaining tranquility to the end, demonstrating that a rational person can face death without fear. Others see it as tragic failure, a man who had tried to withdraw from politics but remained complicit in Nero's regime, finally paying the price for decades of moral compromise, his philosophical death masking the uncomfortable reality that he had spent his life serving a tyrant. Perhaps both readings are true, which would make Seneca's death an appropriate symbol for his philosophy as a whole. Genuinely wise in some dimensions while remaining blind to crucial problems, helping individuals face mortality with courage while doing little to address the political conditions that made such courage necessary. Part 9. Power, Politics, and the Corrupted Philosopher. The tragedy of Seneca's life lies in the gap between his political philosophy and his political practice, a gap so wide that it has fueled 2 millennia of debate about whether he was a hypocrite, a failed idealist, or something more complex. Understanding this requires examining both what Seneca wrote about power and politics and what he actually did during his decades at the centre of Roman imperial authority. Seneca's explicit political philosophy appears primarily in 2 works. On Clemency, written to young Nero early in his reign, and scattered throughout his letters and essays. The core position is deeply conservative. Monarchy is the best form of government when the monarch is virtuous. And while tyranny is terrible, revolution against even bad rulers usually makes things worse. The role of the philosopher is not to overthrow tyrants, but to educate them toward virtue, or failing that, to withdraw from politics entirely and focus on personal philosophy. On Clemency argues that a good emperor should rule through mercy rather than fear, sparing enemies when possible, punishing only when necessary for order, and recognizing that subject peoples are human beings, deserving respect rather than objects to exploit. Seneca explicitly tells Nero that he holds the power of life and death over millions, that he could execute anyone on whim, but that precisely because he has such power, he must exercise restraint. The emperor who rules through terror creates enemies everywhere and lives in constant fear of assassination, while the merciful emperor is genuinely loved and thus secure. Mercy is both morally right and politically prudent. This advice seems reasonable, even admirable, until you recognize its limitations. First, it assumes a monarchical framework as natural and unchangeable, never questioning whether any individual should have such absolute power, regardless of how they use it. Seneca lived through the end of the Roman Republic and saw its collapse into civil war, leading him to conclude that strong monarchy was necessary for stability. But this conclusion forecloses asking whether the concentration of power itself might be the problem rather than the solution. Second, it places enormous faith in individual moral character as check on power, believing that a virtuous emperor will rule justly. But as Lord Acton would later observe, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. A truth Seneca was about to learn through intimate involvement with Nero's transformation, from promising youth to monstrous tyrant. When Nero became emperor in 54 of the Common Era at age 17, Seneca and Burrus, the Praetorian prefect, effectively ruled the empire as his advisers. Contemporary sources describe the first 5 years of Nero's reign as unusually good. Restrained use of power, respect for senatorial privileges, financial responsibility, avoidance of needless wars, clemency toward opponents. Historians credit Seneca's influence for these policies, suggesting his philosophy actually worked when applied to governance. But even during these good years, problems emerged. Nero's mother Agrippina, who had engineered his succession, expected to share power and resented Seneca's influence. When Seneca and Burrus blocked her interference, she turned hostile, beginning palace intrigues that poisoned the political environment. Nero, meanwhile, showed disturbing tendencies. Obsession with Greek culture and performing arts that Romans considered undignified for an emperor, sexual predation toward both men and women, increasingly visible contempt for traditional norms. In 59 of the Common Era, 5 years into the reign, Nero decided to murder his mother. The details are grotesque. A collapsible boat designed to drown her failed when she swam to shore, necessitating sending soldiers to beat her to death openly. What was Seneca's role in this matricide? Ancient sources disagree, but most suggest he knew in advance and at minimum failed to prevent it, possibly actively assisted in planning the justification and cover-up afterward. Tacitus reports that Seneca wrote Nero's speech to the Senate, explaining why killing Agrippina was necessary, claiming she had plotted against the emperor's life. This was almost certainly a lie, and Seneca knew it was a lie, making him complicit in matricide through propaganda, if not planning. How could the philosopher who wrote about mercy and virtue participate in such horror? Seneca's own writings offer no satisfactory answer because he never directly addresses his involvement in Nero's crimes. His defenders argue several positions. First, he may have believed that his continued presence restrained Nero from even worse actions, that if he withdrew, no moderating influence would remain. This is the better-than-nothing argument. Yes, terrible things happen with Seneca advising Nero, but without him they would be worse. Second, he may have been trapped. Openly opposing Nero meant death, as Nero killed many senators for less, so Seneca's choice was not between stopping atrocities and enabling them, but between enabling them while alive and being murdered without achieving anything. In this view, Seneca was a victim of circumstances beyond his control, doing what little he could within impossible constraints. Third, he may have believed that maintaining influence required appearing supportive of Nero's worst actions, that any hint of moral judgment would end his ability to guide policy on matters where he could still make a difference. This is the consequentialist defense. Dirty hands are acceptable if they serve the greater good of better governance overall. All these defences have serious problems. The better-than-nothing argument assumes counterfactually that things would have been worse without Seneca, but we cannot know this. Nero became increasingly brutal after 59, despite Seneca's presence, suggesting his influence was negligible by then. Perhaps Seneca's participation in matricide actually emboldened Nero by demonstrating that even the famous philosopher would rationalize murder, removing moral constraints rather than imposing them. The trapped victim defense ignores that Seneca had opportunities to withdraw. After the matricide, Seneca repeatedly requested retirement, which Nero denied, but he could have forced the issue by leaving Rome, accepting exile or death rather than continuing service. That he chose to remain suggests either fear, which is understandable but not heroic, or desire to maintain wealth and status, which contradicts his philosophy. Many Roman senators did choose death rather than collaboration with tyrants, showing it was possible even if difficult. The consequentialist defense requires believing that Seneca's positive contributions outweighed his complicity in atrocities, but this calculation is dubious. Yes, Seneca may have prevented some bad policies, but he also enabled others, and his philosophical reputation gave Nero's regime legitimacy it would have lacked without such association. His presence announced to Romans and conquered peoples that even wise philosophers found Nero's rule acceptable, making resistance seem unreasonable. This propaganda value may have been Nero's primary reason for keeping Seneca close. After 59, Nero's behaviour deteriorated rapidly. He murdered his wife Octavia and married his mistress Poppaea. He began performing publicly as a singer and chariot racer, behaviour Romans considered shameful for an emperor. He persecuted Christians violently after the Great Fire of 64, which many suspected he had started himself. He murdered senators and equestrians on whim, confiscating their property to fund his extravagant building projects. Through all this, Seneca remained, writing philosophy about virtue and moderation, while the emperor he advised descended into capricious cruelty. Finally, in 62, Seneca withdrew from court after Burrus died, and Nero's new advisers were even more corrupt. He offered to return all his wealth to Nero, who refused and retired to his estates to write philosophy. But this withdrawal came too late to absolve him. For 8 years he had served as advisor while atrocities occurred, lending his reputation to a regime that contradicted everything he claimed to believe. The Pisonian conspiracy of 65 gave Nero pretext to eliminate anyone he suspected of disloyalty. Whether Seneca was actually involved in the plot to assassinate Nero is unclear. Ancient sources disagree, but Nero used the conspiracy to order Seneca's suicide along with dozens of others. Seneca's death was philosophically exemplary, but it cannot erase the moral failure of his political career. Modern scholars debate several fundamental questions about Seneca's political choices. First, was he genuinely trying to moderate Nero and failing, or was he primarily concerned with maintaining his own position and wealth? The cynical interpretation notes that Seneca became enormously wealthy during his time advising Nero. Far wealthier than his philosophical writings would suggest, is compatible with virtue. His estates, investments, and movable wealth reportedly made him among the richest men in Rome. This suggests he was well compensated for his complicity. The charitable interpretation emphasizes the genuine improvements during the early Nero years, and Seneca's eventual withdrawal, suggesting sincere but failed attempt to use philosophy to moderate power. Scholar Miriam Griffin argues that Seneca believed in gradual moral education and hoped Nero would mature into a good emperor given time and guidance, a belief that turned out tragically wrong, but was not obviously unreasonable when Nero was 17. Second, was Seneca's political philosophy itself flawed, or did circumstances simply prevent its successful application? The philosophy that says educate tyrants toward virtue or withdraw from politics assumes you can actually influence rulers through moral reasoning, and that withdrawal is genuinely available. But what if tyrants cannot be educated? Or what if they kill you for attempting withdrawal? Then the philosophy provides no real guidance for political action under tyranny except collaboration or death, neither of which seems satisfactory. Third, what responsibilities do intellectuals have regarding the regimes they serve? This question extends far beyond Seneca to all philosophers, advisors, technocrats, and experts who work within systems they cannot fully control. At what point does attempting to improve a bad system from within become complicity in its evils? When should you refuse to participate, even if participation might allow some good? Seneca offers no clear answer because he never honestly confronted the question. His writings during the Nero years discuss abstract virtue while avoiding his own political entanglement. Only after withdrawing does he write more extensively about power's corruption, but even then he never directly addresses his own failures, never examines what went wrong, never acknowledges that his philosophy proved inadequate for the political reality he faced. The most devastating critique comes from recognizing that Seneca embodied exactly what he warned against: corruption through power, compromise of principles for comfort, self-deception about motivations. He wrote eloquently about wealth's dangers while accumulating vast wealth. He advised mercy while participating in murder. He praised simple living while enjoying luxurious villas. He advocated withdrawing from corrupt politics while remaining at the center of the most corrupt regime in Roman history. This is not minor inconsistency between theory and practice, but fundamental hypocrisy on the most important questions. Yet some philosophers argue that Seneca's political failure illuminates something important precisely through its tragedy. Political philosopher Judith Shklar suggests that Seneca shows the limits of virtue ethics in politics. Good character is not sufficient for good political action because political systems have their own logic that overwhelms individual virtue. No amount of personal moderation or philosophical wisdom changes the fact that absolute monarchy concentrates power in ways that inevitably produce abuse. The problem is structural, not merely moral, and moral philosophy alone cannot solve structural political problems. This interpretation makes Seneca's life a cautionary tale rather than a model. It shows what happens when philosophers believe they can humanize power without constraining it institutionally. Seneca thought a virtuous emperor with philosophical advisers could rule justly. But Nero proved that personal virtue without institutional checks and balances fails inevitably. The solution is not better education for tyrants, but systems that prevent tyranny through distributed power, rule of law, and accountability mechanisms. These insights came later, and Seneca never reached them. For contemporary readers, Seneca's political failure raises urgent questions. How do you work within imperfect institutions without becoming complicit in their injustices? When does pragmatic compromise become moral corruption? At what point should you refuse to participate, even if participation allows some good? How do you maintain integrity when everyone around you is compromising theirs? Seneca provides negative lessons here. Do not deceive yourself about how much you are accomplishing versus how much you are enabling. Do not assume that maintaining influence justifies any compromise. Do not let comfort and privilege cloud your judgment about when to withdraw. Do not write philosophy about virtue while practicing vice and expect your words to retain authority. But perhaps the deepest lesson is about philosophical honesty. Seneca's great failure was not his political mistakes. Anyone might have misjudged Nero or been trapped by circumstances, but his refusal to examine those mistakes honestly. He continued teaching virtue as if his own life exemplified it, maintained his reputation as wise philosopher while collaborating with a tyrant, and never admitted that his philosophy had failed its most important test. This intellectual dishonesty is worse than political failure because it prevents learning from mistakes and improving the philosophy itself. A more honest response would have been admitting, "I believe philosophers could moderate power through moral education. I was wrong. Power requires institutional constraints beyond individual virtue. My philosophy was inadequate for political reality, and I chose wealth and safety over withdrawing when I should have." This would have been genuinely philosophical, using experience to test and revise theory. Instead, Seneca maintained the fiction that his philosophy was correct, while he personally had failed to live up to it, when actually the philosophy itself was incomplete. The permanent question Seneca's political life poses is whether any philosophy that focuses primarily on individual virtue while neglecting structural power can adequately address political ethics. His answer implicitly was yes. Fix individuals and political problems will solve themselves. The evidence of his own life suggests no. Individual virtue without institutional constraints fails reliably, and philosophy that ignores this produces well-meaning collaborators with evil rather than effective resistance to it. Part 10. Daily Practices and Cognitive Techniques. Beyond grand philosophical claims, Seneca's most lasting practical contribution may be his detailed descriptions of daily practices for self-improvement, techniques that anticipate modern cognitive behavioral therapy and mindfulness practices by 2,000 years. These are concrete, repeatable exercises rather than abstract theory, and many people find them more useful than Seneca's philosophical system itself. The most important practice appears throughout his letters: daily self-examination, reviewing each day's actions and thoughts like a stern but fair judge. In letter 18, Seneca describes his nightly ritual. After his wife falls asleep, he reviews the entire day mentally, examining what he said and did, what he thought and felt, where he succeeded and where he failed. The goal is not self-punishment, but honest assessment, asking questions like, did I speak unnecessarily harshly to that person? Could I have been more patient in that situation? Did I waste time on trivialities? Did I act from virtue or from passion? Critically, Seneca emphasizes that this examination should be dispassionate, neither excusing failures nor beating yourself up about them. You note mistakes as data, information for improvement, not as evidence of your worthlessness. The metaphor he uses is a builder examining a structure for weaknesses. When you find them, you repair them. You do not condemn the entire building. This balanced approach to self-criticism anticipates modern psychological wisdom about self-compassion's importance for growth. Research in psychology supports this practice's effectiveness. Systematic review of your behavior increases self-awareness, helps identify patterns you would otherwise miss, and strengthens the connection between actions and values. Studies show that people who engage in regular reflective journaling report improved emotional regulation, better decision-making, and stronger sense of purpose compared to those who do not reflect systematically. The key is that reflection is structured and consistent rather than occasional and chaotic. Seneca also advocates what Stoics called premeditatio malorum, premeditation of evils, a practice of regularly imagining worst-case scenarios to prepare emotionally. In letter 91, after hearing about a city destroyed by fire, he suggests imagining your own house burning, your wealth vanishing, your health failing, your loved ones dying. This sounds morbid, but Seneca argues it serves multiple functions. It reduces fear by familiarizing you with what you dread. It helps you plan responses to adversity before it happens, and it increases gratitude for what you currently have by reminding you it is temporary. Modern psychology has validated aspects of this practice under different names. Defensive pessimism, mentally preparing for how you would handle bad outcomes, reduces anxiety and improves performance compared to naive optimism or chronic worry. When you have already imagined failure and planned how to respond, the possibility becomes less frightening, and you approach challenges more calmly. Research shows defensive pessimists often outperform optimists because they are better prepared. Similarly, practices like exposure therapy for anxiety deliberately confront feared scenarios repeatedly until they lose their power to overwhelm. Seneca's premeditatio malorum functions as a form of imaginal exposure. By repeatedly imagining loss, death, and disaster, without allowing yourself to catastrophize, you reduce their capacity to trigger panic when they actually occur. However, there are limits and risks to this practice that Seneca underestimates. For people prone to anxiety or depression, regularly imagining disasters can reinforce negative thinking patterns rather than building resilience. It can become rumination repetitive negative thinking that increases distress rather than preparation. The difference lies in whether you imagine adversity while maintaining confidence in your ability to cope, which builds resilience, or while feeling helpless, which increases despair. A third practice Seneca recommends is voluntary discomfort, periodically living below your usual standard to prove you can handle deprivation if necessary. In letter 18, he describes spending several days wearing rough clothing, eating plain food, sleeping on a hard bed, and living simply despite his wealth. The goal is demonstrating to yourself that you could survive poverty if fortune changed, reducing fear of losing what you have, and appreciating comfort more when you return to it. This practice has found modern expression in various forms. Some people practice minimalism challenges, living with very few possessions for a period. Athletes deliberately train in uncomfortable conditions to build mental toughness. Some religious traditions include fasting or other ascetic practices for similar reasons. Proving you can endure discomfort strengthens you psychologically. Research on voluntary hardship shows mixed results. Moderate, time-limited discomfort that you control can increase resilience, self-efficacy, and appreciation for normal comforts. However, the benefits depend heavily on maintaining choice and control. Voluntary discomfort is psychologically different from forced deprivation. Seneca's practice works because he chooses when to begin and end it, maintaining agency throughout. Someone actually poor lacks this choice, making their experience fundamentally different and potentially traumatizing rather than strengthening. Seneca also describes practices for managing specific emotions, particularly anger. When you feel anger rising, he recommends several immediate interventions: physical removal from the situation, delaying any action or speech until the emotion subsides, examining whether you are interpreting the situation correctly, considering the consequences of acting on anger, and deliberately adopting a calm expression and posture because emotions follow from behavior as well as causing it. These techniques closely parallel modern anger management and cognitive behavioral therapy strategies. CBT teaches people to recognize anger triggers, challenge distorted thinking, take time-outs before responding, and use relaxation techniques to reduce physiological arousal. Research consistently shows these methods reduce anger and aggression, confirming that Seneca identified effective techniques 2 millennia ago. For anxiety and fear, Seneca recommends what we might call cognitive reframing, examining the beliefs that generate fear and testing whether they are accurate. In Letter 13, discussing fear of death, he suggests asking, "What exactly am I afraid of? Death itself, which is nothing? Pain before death, which can be managed? Leaving loved ones who will continue living without me as others have continued after losing people they loved." By breaking down vague fear into specific beliefs, then examining each belief's accuracy, you often discover that the fear was based on distorted thinking rather than genuine threat. This is essentially the cognitive restructuring component of CBT, which remains the most empirically supported treatment for anxiety disorders. Studies show that teaching people to identify and challenge irrational beliefs reduces anxiety more effectively than either medication alone or simple emotional support without cognitive work. Seneca also advocates practices for cultivating gratitude and present-moment awareness. In letter 15, he suggests regularly reflecting on what you have and how easily it could be lost, not to create fear, but to increase appreciation. Notice that you woke up healthy this morning, that you have food to eat, that people care about you, that you can read and think and enjoy beauty. Most people never notice these goods until they lose them, spending their lives wanting more rather than appreciating what they have. Contemporary research overwhelmingly supports gratitude practices' effectiveness. Studies show that regularly recording things you are grateful for, even briefly, increases happiness, improves relationships, enhances physical health, and reduces depression. The mechanism appears to be shifting attention from what you lack toward what you have, counteracting the natural human tendency toward negativity bias and hedonic adaptation that make us take good things for granted. For maintaining focus and avoiding distraction, Seneca recommends radical selectivity about commitments and inputs. In letter 2, he advises reading a few great books deeply rather than many books superficially, spending time with a few true friends rather than countless acquaintances, pursuing one major goal rather than dispersing energy across many. Quality matters more than quantity in all domains. Better to read Plato 10 times than 10 different philosophers once. Better to have 3 genuine friendships than 300 superficial connections. Better to master one skill than dabble in many. This advice resonates with modern research on focus and attention. Psychologists have demonstrated that multitasking is largely a myth. What we call multitasking is actually rapid task switching, which reduces efficiency and increases errors. Similarly, research on expertise shows that mastery requires thousands of hours of focused, deliberate practice, not casual exposure to many different skills. Seneca's emphasis on selective depth rather than shallow breadth aligns with contemporary understanding of how learning and skill development actually work. He also recommends strategic social environment design, choosing carefully whom you spend time with because their influence shapes you inevitably. In letter 7, he describes visiting the amphitheatre for gladiatorial games and being disturbed by how the crowd's bloodlust affected him, making him crueler in thought than he would be alone. He concludes that you must guard against corrupting social influences because character is contagious. Spend time with angry people, and you become more angry, with anxious people, and you become more anxious, with greedy people, and you become more greedy. Social psychology confirms this observation through research on social contagion. Behaviors, emotions, and attitudes spread through networks in measurable ways. Your likelihood of becoming obese, smoking, drinking, getting divorced, or being happy is significantly influenced by whether people in your social network do these things. Seneca's advice to deliberately curate your social environment based on who influences you toward virtue rather than vice is empirically sound. For dealing with insults and criticism, Seneca offers a sophisticated framework in letter 7. First, examine whether the criticism is accurate. If it is, thank the person for helping you improve, rather than becoming defensive. Second, if the criticism is inaccurate, recognize that it says more about the critic than about you, and therefore need not disturb you. Third, consider whether the critic's opinion matters. If they are foolish or malicious, why would you care what they think? Fourth, remember that you have certainly criticized others, so experiencing criticism yourself restores balance. These responses transform criticism from threat into either useful feedback or irrelevant noise, eliminating its power to harm you emotionally. This framework anticipates modern psychological techniques for managing social feedback. Cognitive therapy teaches people to evaluate criticism objectively rather than automatically accepting or rejecting it, to consider the source's credibility, and to separate your core identity from specific behaviors that might need improvement. Research shows that people who can receive criticism without becoming defensive learn faster and maintain better relationships than those who react emotionally to all negative feedback. Seneca also describes what we might call philosophical reading as a daily practice. He recommends beginning each day by reading from wise philosophers or writers, absorbing their perspective, and carrying one idea into the day to contemplate and apply. In Letter 2, he suggests that reading should be active rather than passive. You should argue with the text, test its claims against experience, try to apply its insights, not simply accumulate information. A few ideas deeply understood and applied beat hundreds of ideas superficially known. Modern research on learning supports this active, deep approach over passive information consumption. Studies show that elaborative encoding, connecting new information to existing knowledge and considering its applications, creates stronger memory and understanding than simple repetition. Teaching concepts to others or explaining them in your own words, what educators call the protégé effect, enhances learning more than passive review. Seneca's emphasis on quality over quantity in reading and on active engagement with texts aligns with contemporary educational science. Perhaps most importantly, Seneca advocates regular retreat for self-renewal. In Letter 56, discussing constant noise in his urban apartment, he notes that while external silence is ideal for concentration, you can also develop internal quiet that persists despite external disturbance. However, he still recommends periodically withdrawing to quieter environments for deep work and self-examination, because sustained concentration is easier without constant interruption. This balance between building capacity to focus amid distraction and strategically managing environment for optimal conditions seems psychologically sophisticated. Research shows that while mental training can increase your ability to concentrate despite noise and interruption, you still perform better in optimized environments, and everyone has limited attentional resources that noise depletes. Regular retreats to quiet spaces for deep work and reflection, whether daily hours, weekly afternoons, or occasional longer withdrawals, help maintain perspective and prevent burnout. The overall pattern across Seneca's practical advice is emphasis on regular, repeated practices rather than one-time interventions or intellectual understanding alone. He recognized that philosophy must be practiced daily, like physical exercise, that knowing what is right differs from habitually doing it, and that character develops through consistent action over time rather than sudden transformation. Modern psychology confirms this through research on habit formation, neuroplasticity, and behavior change. Lasting personal change requires consistent practice over months or years, gradually rewiring neural pathways and building new automatic responses. Simply understanding principles intellectually accomplishes little without behavioral implementation. This is why self-help books often fail. They provide understanding without practice, information without transformation. Seneca's daily practices work when implemented because they provide concrete behavioral routines that, repeated consistently, gradually change how you think and feel. Examining your day nightly builds self-awareness incrementally. Imagining adversity regularly reduces its power slowly. Practicing gratitude daily shifts attention patterns over time. These are not quick fixes, but long-term investments in character development. The limitation is that Seneca's practices presume conditions many people lack: time for daily reflection, autonomy to structure your day, sufficient mental capacity not consumed by immediate survival concerns, literate access to philosophical texts, and social environment that allows withdrawal when needed. A single parent working multiple jobs to support children has dramatically less capacity for these practices than a wealthy Roman senator. However, even people with constrained circumstances can often implement scaled-down versions. 5 minutes of evening reflection instead of an hour, 1 day monthly in relative solitude instead of daily quiet, 1 book read deeply over a year instead of constant wide reading. The principles adapt to available resources even if the specific practices do not translate directly. What makes Seneca's practical philosophy enduringly valuable is its focus on what you can control: your attention, interpretation, response, practiced consistently through specific techniques that build capacity over time. Whether or not you accept his theoretical framework about virtue being sufficient for happiness, these practical tools help people live more consciously, respond more thoughtfully, and suffer less from their own mental habits. That is a genuine contribution that survives all critique of Seneca's broader system. Part 11. Where Seneca fails, the serious critiques. Any honest evaluation of Seneca must confront his serious failures, both in his philosophy and in his life, failures that are not minor inconsistencies but fundamental flaws that limit his value and sometimes make him genuinely dangerous as a guide. We have touched on some of these throughout, but they deserve systematic examination to understand where Seneca goes wrong and why. First and most obvious is the hypocrisy problem, the massive gap between Seneca's preaching and practice regarding wealth, power, and moral consistency. This is not simply a matter of human weakness, failing to live up to your ideals, but of continuing to preach ideals while systematically violating them without acknowledgement. When you write eloquently about simple living while accumulating vast wealth, about withdrawing from corrupt politics while serving a tyrant for decades, about mercy while participating in murder, you either deceive yourself or deceive your readers, and neither is philosophically acceptable. Some defenders argue that ad hominem attacks on Seneca's character do not invalidate his philosophical arguments, that truth remains truth regardless of the speaker's virtue. This defense has limits. Yes, a hypocrite can make valid logical arguments. But Seneca's philosophy is not pure logic. It is advice about how to live, and his own inability to follow that advice raises serious questions about whether it is actually possible or wise to follow. If the person who understands the philosophy best and advocates it most eloquently cannot live by it, what does this suggest about the philosophy itself? The second major failure is Seneca's treatment of structural injustice and power. His philosophy focuses almost entirely on individual psychological response to circumstances, while virtually ignoring that circumstances themselves are often unjust and changeable. When you tell enslaved people that slavery cannot harm them because only vice harms them, when you tell the poor that poverty does not matter because only virtue matters, when you tell the oppressed that they should maintain tranquility rather than resistance, you provide ideological support for oppression, regardless of your intentions. Marxist critics are particularly pointed here. Seneca's philosophy is precisely what ruling classes want subordinates to believe. If people accept that external circumstances do not matter, that all suffering is psychological and manageable through attitude adjustment, that virtue is sufficient for happiness regardless of social position, then they will not challenge economic exploitation or political oppression. They will instead focus on achieving individual tranquility while systems of domination continue unchallenged. Seneca does occasionally criticize specific injustices, like cruel treatment of slaves, but he never questions the underlying systems that produce injustice. He never asks why some people are enslaved while others own them, why some have vast wealth while others starve, why power concentrates in single rulers who can murder on whim. These institutional and economic structures are taken as natural facts, like weather, rather than as human creations that could be different. This blindness to structural causes of suffering is not innocent. It serves power by making injustice seem inevitable. Third is the problem of privilege and accessibility. Virtually all of Seneca's advice presumes conditions that only wealthy, educated, free men enjoyed in Roman society. When he recommends withdrawing to study philosophy, he assumes you have time and resources for study. When he suggests practicing voluntary poverty, he assumes you have wealth to voluntarily give up temporarily. When he advises choosing your social environment, he assumes freedom of association. When he proposes examining your life critically, he assumes literacy and educational background that make such examination possible. For the vast majority of people in Seneca's time, enslaved people, poor labourers, women confined to domestic roles, these preconditions did not exist. His philosophy is fundamentally elitist, written by and for a tiny, educated male aristocracy, with little relevance to how most humans actually lived. When Stoicism today gets repackaged as universal wisdom applicable to everyone, this obscures its origins as a philosophy of privileged people managing the psychological costs of their privilege. Fourth is the psychological realism problem. Seneca's philosophy asks for achievements that are psychologically impossible for most people and probably undesirable, even if possible. Complete emotional indifference to loved ones dying, total equanimity about losing health or wealth, perfect rationality unaffected by passion. These are not merely difficult but contrary to human nature as psychology understands it. Humans evolved as social mammals with strong attachment systems, with emotions that motivate behavior and communicate to others, with cognitive biases that serve survival, even if they are not perfectly rational. Asking people to overcome their nature through philosophical training is like asking fish to breathe air. You can train them somewhat, but fundamentally you are fighting biology. The Stoic sage is not an idealized human, but an impossible one, more like an alien or a god than a functioning person. Moreover, eliminating emotions entirely, if it were possible, would not produce the serene sage, but something closer to a psychopath, someone who feels nothing when others suffer, who pursues virtue as an intellectual exercise without any emotional investment, who maintains perfect calm because they care about nothing. This is not an admirable ideal, but a psychiatric condition. Fifth is the problem of determinism and responsibility. Seneca's framework simultaneously claims that people are responsible for their choices, which makes virtue possible, and that everything is determined by prior causes, which eliminates anger by showing people cannot help their actions. These claims seem incompatible. If actions are determined, how can people be responsible? If people are responsible, how does determinism eliminate the basis for anger? Seneca never resolves this tension, perhaps because it is unresolvable within his framework. He wants to say that your judgments are within your control, making you responsible for them, while simultaneously saying that all events are determined by universal reason, eliminating genuine freedom. But if judgments are determined, they are not freely chosen, so responsibility makes no sense. If judgments are freely chosen, they are not determined, so the argument against anger fails. Sixth is the meaning problem. Seneca's philosophy risks making life meaningless by claiming that nothing external actually matters. If relationships, achievements, creations, experiences, all the content of human life is genuinely indifferent, then what makes life worth living? Seneca's answer is virtue itself, but virtue untethered from effects on the world and relationships with others becomes empty formalism, doing the right thing for its own sake without any reason why the right thing matters. Most people find meaning through connections to something beyond themselves. Loved ones they care about, projects they contribute to, communities they belong to, values they serve. If all these external attachments are mistakes to overcome, if meaning should come only from internal virtue, then you eliminate the sources of meaning that actually sustain most people. The person who achieves Stoic apatheia might be serene, but would they have any reason to continue living? Seventh is the problem of passive acceptance versus active resistance. While Seneca occasionally acknowledges that some circumstances should be changed rather than endured, his overwhelming emphasis is on psychological acceptance and maintaining tranquility regardless of external conditions. This creates a default bias toward endurance rather than resistance, accommodation rather than revolution, personal adaptation rather than social change. Throughout history, oppressive regimes have appreciated philosophies that encourage people to accept their lot rather than challenging injustice. Seneca's Stoicism has often functioned this way, as a tool for making oppression bearable rather than intolerable, for adjusting individuals to unjust systems rather than adjusting systems to human needs. While this was likely not Seneca's intention, the practical effect of his philosophy has often been conservative, supporting status quo rather than transformation. Eighth is the gender problem. Seneca's philosophy, like most ancient philosophy, is written by men for men and largely ignores women's experiences and perspectives. While he occasionally praises specific women for virtue and claims women are capable of philosophy, his default assumption is that philosophers are male, that readers are male, and that examples are drawn from male experience of public political life. Feminist philosophers have noted that the Stoic ideal of rational self-sufficiency reflects masculine values in patriarchal society: independence, emotional control, prioritizing reason over emotion, focusing on individual achievement rather than relational care. Women's traditional roles, nurturing, emotional connection, prioritizing others' needs, are implicitly devalued by this framework. A truly inclusive philosophy would need to consider whether different ideals might apply to different social positions, or whether the entire framework of self-sufficiency versus relationality needs rethinking. Ninth is the problem of cultural particularity pretending to be universal truth. Seneca presents Stoic philosophy as if it reflects the natural order of the universe and universal human reason, but actually it reflects very specific cultural assumptions of educated Roman men in the 1st century. The emphasis on self-control, the horror of shameful loss of composure, the focus on public reputation among elite men, these are culturally specific values, not universal truths. Other cultures have developed very different philosophies of good life, emphasizing community over individual, spontaneity over control, emotion as wisdom rather than disturbance, engagement with the world rather than detachment. Seneca's claim to speak for universal reason obscures that his philosophy is one cultural product among many, not the final truth about human nature. 10th is the pedagogical problem. Seneca's philosophy is often presented through imperatives and judgments rather than questions and exploration. He tells readers what to believe and do, rather than inviting them to investigate for themselves. While he occasionally uses dialogue form or presents alternative views, his dominant mode is authoritative teaching. This is true, do this, avoid that. This style can be helpful for people seeking clear guidance, but it risks creating dependency rather than developing independent philosophical thinking. A more sophisticated pedagogy would help readers develop their own capacity for ethical reasoning rather than simply adopting Seneca's conclusions. It would present problems and invite exploration of possible solutions rather than delivering solutions as final truths. Socrates' method of questioning rather than telling, despite its own problems, at least treats students as thinking beings rather than empty vessels to fill with doctrine. 11th is the suicide problem we examined earlier. Seneca's endorsement of rational suicide under certain circumstances has been used to justify everything from aristocratic honor suicide to euthanasia programs, to pressuring disabled people to end their lives. While Seneca tried to distinguish legitimate from illegitimate suicide, the distinction proves impossible to apply reliably, and his overall message that death is preferable to certain forms of life has caused harm when applied beyond the careful limits he intended. Finally, there is the fundamental credibility problem. Why should we take seriously the philosophical advice of someone who so thoroughly failed to live by his own principles? If Seneca himself could not achieve the tranquility he preaches, if he could not resist the corruption of wealth and power he warns against, if he could not maintain the consistency between belief and action that virtue requires, what confidence should we have that his advice can work for anyone else? The usual response is that philosophy is not invalidated by the philosopher's failures, that we can learn from Seneca's insights while rejecting his example. But there is a deeper problem. If someone who devoted their entire life to philosophy, who had enormous resources for pursuing virtue, who understood the theory as deeply as anyone, still failed so dramatically, perhaps the philosophy itself is flawed. Perhaps it asks what humans cannot achieve, or perhaps it misunderstands what virtue requires, or perhaps it focuses on wrong questions entirely. These failures and problems are not minor or peripheral, but cut to the heart of Seneca's philosophical project. They suggest that while individual insights and practices retain value, the overall system has serious limitations that must be acknowledged rather than minimized. Seneca is worth reading and learning from, but not worth following uncritically, and certainly not worth treating as having solved problems of human life that remain as challenging now as they were 2,000 years ago. Part 12. Modern Applications. What Science Reveals. Despite Seneca's failures, contemporary psychology, neuroscience and behavioral science have found surprising support for many of his core insights, though often with important modifications and caveats. Understanding what modern research reveals about Seneca's ideas helps separate what is empirically sound from what is speculation or ideology. Cognitive behavioral therapy, one of the most researched and effective psychotherapies, has explicit roots in Stoic philosophy. The fundamental CBT insight that thoughts mediate between events and emotions, that by changing how you interpret situations, you can change how you feel about them, comes directly from Stoic philosophy. Seneca's claim that external events are neutral and only your judgments make them good or bad parallels the CBT framework that automatic thoughts, not objective reality, produce emotional responses. Research consistently shows CBT effectively treats depression, anxiety disorders, anger problems, and various other psychological conditions. Studies demonstrate that teaching people to identify and challenge distorted thinking patterns produces lasting symptom reduction comparable to medication and better maintenance of gains after treatment ends. This empirically validates Seneca's core insight that psychological suffering often stems from how we interpret events rather than from events themselves. However, contemporary CBT differs from Stoicism in important ways. CBT does not claim that all external events are genuinely indifferent or that virtue alone is sufficient for happiness. Instead, it recognizes that both situations and interpretations matter, and therapy involves both changing thoughts and sometimes changing situations. CBT is pragmatic rather than metaphysical. It does not require accepting Stoic worldview, only learning techniques that empirically reduce suffering. Neuroscience research on emotion regulation supports some of Seneca's advice while challenging other aspects. Studies show that cognitive reappraisal, changing how you think about emotional situations, effectively reduces negative emotion and its physiological markers. When you interpret a public speaking situation as a challenge rather than a threat, or a job loss as an opportunity rather than a catastrophe, your brain's activation patterns change in measurable ways, reducing amygdala activity and increasing prefrontal cortex regulation. However, neuroscience also reveals that emotions involve complex interactions between subcortical structures that evolved long before conscious reasoning, and that purely cognitive strategies have limits. You cannot simply think your way out of all emotional responses, because many occur below conscious awareness. Activating within milliseconds before reasoning can intervene. This suggests that Seneca's emphasis on judgment modification must be supplemented with other approaches. Mindfulness training that creates space between stimulus and response, exposure therapy that changes associations through experience, sometimes medication that affects neurotransmitter systems directly. Research on attachment and social connection decisively refutes Seneca's claim that wise people do not need others. Decades of studies show that social isolation is a major risk factor for both physical and mental health problems, increased mortality, heart disease, depression, anxiety, cognitive decline, weakened immune function. Conversely, strong social connections predict better health, longer life, greater happiness, and resilience to stress. Humans are fundamentally social. and philosophies promoting self-sufficiency conflict with biological reality. However, research also supports Seneca's insight that the quality of relationships matters more than quantity. Having a few close, supportive relationships predicts better outcomes than having many superficial connections. This aligns with his emphasis on true friendship over numerous acquaintances, though it contradicts his claim that even close relationships are ultimately dispensable. Studies on locus of control validate Seneca's focus on what you can control versus what you cannot. People with internal locus of control, believing they can influence outcomes through their actions, show better mental health, higher achievement, and greater life satisfaction than those with external locus of control, believing outcomes are determined by luck or powerful others. However, the healthiest position is not purely internal, believing you control everything, but what psychologists call a realistic sense of control, accurately distinguishing what you can influence from what you cannot, and focusing effort accordingly. Research on gratitude provides strong support for Seneca's emphasis on appreciating what you have. Multiple studies show that regular gratitude practices, keeping a gratitude journal, writing thank you notes, or simply mentally noting things you appreciate, significantly increase happiness and life satisfaction. The effects persist over time and extend to physical health, sleep quality, and relationship satisfaction. Gratitude appears to counteract hedonic adaptation, the tendency to take good things for granted, which is exactly what Seneca claimed. Studies on mindfulness meditation, while rooted in Buddhist rather than Stoic tradition, support related practices Seneca advocated. Regular meditation increases present-moment awareness, reduces rumination about past and future, improves emotion regulation, and decreases anxiety and depression. Brain imaging shows meditation increases grey matter in prefrontal regions associated with attention and emotional control, while decreasing amygdala reactivity to negative stimuli. These findings align with Seneca's advice to focus on the present rather than dwelling on past or worrying about future. Research on mortality salience and terror management theory reveals complex effects of death awareness that partly support and partly challenge Seneca. Studies show that reminding people of death can increase anxiety and defensive responses like worldview defense and materialism, supporting Seneca's claim that death fear causes problems. However, under certain conditions, particularly when death is contemplated with acceptance rather than fear, mortality awareness can increase meaning-seeking, prosocial behavior, and prioritization of intrinsic values, supporting Seneca's claim that accepting mortality enhances life. The key factor is whether death awareness triggers defensive anxiety or mature acceptance. Studies on resilience and post-traumatic growth provide qualified support for Seneca's claims about adversity. Research confirms that some people do grow through difficult experiences, reporting greater appreciation for life, stronger relationships, changed priorities, and increased personal strength after trauma. However, growth is not universal and depends on multiple factors: pre-existing strengths, social support, opportunity to process the experience, and adversity intensity within a certain range. Too much adversity overwhelms rather than strengthens, and many people experience only trauma without growth, contradicting Seneca's claim that all adversity benefits. Research on voluntary discomfort and stress inoculation supports Seneca's practice of deliberately exposing yourself to manageable challenges. Studies show that moderate controllable stress builds resilience and improves subsequent stress response. This is the mechanism behind exposure therapy for anxiety and behind physical training that requires progressive overload. However, the key is that stress must be moderate, controllable, and time-limited, conditions that involuntary adversity often lacks. Studies on self-reflection and self-awareness reveal benefits but also potential pitfalls. Regular reflective practice can increase self-knowledge, align behavior with values, and improve decision-making, supporting Seneca's nightly self-examination practice. However, excessive self-focus, particularly rumination on negative thoughts and feelings, increases depression and anxiety. The difference lies in whether reflection is concrete and problem-solving oriented versus abstract and self-critical, suggesting that how you practice reflection matters enormously. Research on wealth and happiness reveals complex relationships that partly vindicate Seneca's skepticism about wealth. Studies consistently show that beyond a moderate threshold sufficient for basic needs and security, additional wealth produces diminishing returns in happiness. Very wealthy people are not substantially happier than moderately comfortable people, and pursuit of wealth at the expense of relationships and meaning often decreases well-being, exactly as Seneca warned. However, poverty does cause genuine suffering through stress, lack of options, and social stigma, contradicting Seneca's claim that poverty cannot harm you. Studies on time perception and time affluence support Seneca's concern about time. Research shows that feeling time pressure and time scarcity significantly reduces happiness and life satisfaction, while feeling time affluence, having adequate time for what matters, strongly predicts well-being, even controlling for actual time available. How you think about and use time matters more than how much time you have, aligning with Seneca's emphasis on quality over quantity of time lived. Research on values and meaning reveals that intrinsic values, personal growth, relationships, community contribution, predict greater well-being than extrinsic values like wealth, fame, and physical appearance. This supports Seneca's distinction between genuinely valuable things and things that seem valuable but do not produce real satisfaction. However, research also shows that meaning comes from engagement with projects and relationships, not from detachment or indifference, challenging Seneca's emphasis on philosophical withdrawal. Studies on anger and emotion regulation show that suppression, trying to hide or eliminate emotions, is generally maladaptive, producing worse emotional and health outcomes. This challenges Seneca's goal of eliminating passions entirely. However, research also shows that cognitive reappraisal, changing how you think about emotion-eliciting situations, is highly effective at reducing negative emotions without the costs of suppression. This suggests Seneca's cognitive strategies work, but his goal of apatheia is both impossible and undesirable. Behavioral economics research on decision-making reveals systematic cognitive biases that affect everyone, challenging Seneca's assumption that rational judgment is straightforward. Confirmation bias, availability heuristic, loss aversion, present bias, and numerous other biases show that human reasoning is predictably irrational in ways that philosophy alone cannot correct. This suggests that good decision-making requires not just Stoic rationality, but also awareness of cognitive limitations and use of decision support tools like checklists and algorithms that compensate for built-in biases. Research on habit formation and behavior change reveals that willpower and rational decision-making are limited resources that get depleted with use, challenging Seneca's assumption that virtue is primarily about correct judgment. Studies show that changing behavior requires not just understanding what is right, but creating environmental supports, building consistent routines, automating decisions when possible, and managing willpower as a scarce resource. This suggests Seneca's cognitive focus must be supplemented with behavioral and environmental interventions. Overall, modern science validates some of Seneca's core insights while thoroughly rejecting others. His emphasis on thoughts mediating emotions, on focusing on what you control, on gratitude and present moment awareness, on quality over quantity in relationships and time, on adversity, sometimes building strength. These all receive empirical support. But his metaphysical claims about virtue being sufficient for happiness, about external goods being genuinely indifferent, about emotions being purely rational judgments to eliminate, about self-sufficiency being achievable and desirable. These conflict with psychological and biological reality. The most useful approach is extracting Seneca's practical techniques while abandoning his theoretical system. Use cognitive reappraisal without claiming external events do not matter. Practice gratitude without denying legitimate suffering. Focus on controllables without ignoring structural injustice. Build resilience without glorifying all adversity. This pragmatic adaptation preserves what works while correcting what empirical evidence shows is false. Part 13. The Scholarly Debates and Unresolved Questions. 20 centuries of scholarship on Seneca have produced no consensus on fundamental questions about his philosophy, his life, or their relationship, leaving active debates that continue generating new interpretations. Understanding these scholarly disagreements helps appreciate Seneca's complexity and why simple judgments about him prove inadequate. The first major debate concerns Seneca's sincerity. Was he a genuine philosopher who failed to live up to his ideals, or a sophisticated hypocrite who used philosophy to justify self-interest? The cynical interpretation, prominent among ancient critics and some modern scholars, sees Seneca as primarily a politician who adopted Stoic rhetoric for respectability while pursuing wealth and power like any other Roman aristocrat. His philosophical writings become propaganda or rationalization rather than sincere exploration of truth. Evidence includes the massive gap between his preaching and practice, his accumulation of wealth while praising poverty, his service to Nero despite writing about power's corruption, and his apparent lack of serious philosophical innovation beyond adapting Greek Stoicism for Roman audiences. The charitable interpretation, defended by scholars like Miriam Griffin and Anna Lydia Motto, sees Seneca as genuinely committed to philosophy but tragically constrained by circumstances. In this view, he sincerely believed his ideas and tried to live by them, but human weakness, political pressure, and the difficulty of Stoic ideals prevented full consistency. His writings show real philosophical insight and personal struggle, not mere rhetoric. Evidence includes the psychological depth and self-awareness in his letters, his apparent withdrawal from public life when he could, his philosophical death, and the genuine influence his ideas had on later thinkers, including Christians. A middle position, perhaps most persuasive, sees Seneca as self-deceived rather than either sincere or cynically hypocritical. He genuinely believed his philosophy while also unconsciously rationalizing choices that served his interests. A common human pattern where intellectual sophistication enables more elaborate self-justification rather than greater honesty. This interpretation explains both the genuine insight in his writing and the spectacular failures in his life without requiring either pure cynicism or complete sincerity. The second debate concerns Seneca's originality. Was he merely a popularizer of Greek Stoicism, or did he make genuine philosophical contributions? Traditional scholarship often dismissed Roman Stoicism as derivative, seeing Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius as simplifying earlier Greek Stoics like Chrysippus and Zeno without adding new ideas. In this view, Seneca's value is literary rather than philosophical, making Stoicism accessible through rhetoric but not advancing the theory. More recent scholarship has challenged this dismissive view. Scholars like Martha Nussbaum and Brad Inwood argue that Seneca made significant innovations, emphasizing psychology over logic, developing detailed emotion theory, creating the doctrine of progress distinct from the sage ideal, adapting philosophy to practical Roman life, and pioneering philosophical letter writing as a literary form. These contributions may not be technical metaphysical innovations, but they represent genuine philosophical development, making Stoicism more humanly applicable. A related debate concerns whether Seneca's adaptations improved or degraded Stoicism. Some scholars argue that by making Stoicism more practical and accessible, Seneca diluted its logical rigor and philosophical purity, sacrificing theoretical consistency for popular appeal. Others counter that Greek Stoicism was too abstract and otherworldly to guide actual lives, and Seneca's psychological realism and practical focus made it genuinely useful for the first time. This debate reflects broader questions about philosophy's purpose. Should it pursue abstract truth or provide practical guidance, and can it do both simultaneously? The third major debate concerns Seneca's political philosophy. Was his service under Nero a tragic mistake or a defensible attempt to moderate tyranny? Critics like Michel Foucault argue that Seneca exemplifies philosophy's complicity with power, lending legitimacy to oppression while developing technologies of self-control that serve domination. In this view, Stoicism functions as ideology helping people accept unjust conditions by focusing on inner attitude rather than external resistance. Seneca's personal involvement with Nero demonstrates philosophy's tendency to collaborate with tyranny rather than oppose it. Defenders argue that Seneca faced impossible choices and did what he could within severe constraints. Given Roman political reality, complete withdrawal meant abandoning any possibility of moderating Nero, and direct opposition meant death without accomplishing anything. By remaining advisor, Seneca may have prevented worse atrocities even if he could not prevent all of them. This debate parallels contemporary arguments about whether intellectuals should work within flawed institutions, trying to improve them or refuse complicity entirely. Some scholars propose a more complex reading. Seneca's political failure reveals necessary limits of virtue ethics in politics. Individual character and philosophical wisdom cannot substitute for institutional checks on power. And Seneca's tragedy teaches that moral philosophy alone is inadequate for political ethics, which requires structural analysis and institutional design that Stoicism lacks. This interpretation sees Seneca as an instructive failure rather than a model or a mere hypocrite. The fourth debate concerns Seneca's influence on Christianity. Was he a proto-Christian whose philosophy prepared for Christianity's arrival, or is the apparent similarity superficial? Medieval scholars noted striking parallels: emphasis on conscience and inner moral law, concern for the poor and enslaved, letters addressing universal brotherhood, attention to death and afterlife, moral rigour and ascetic tendencies. Some even forged correspondence between Seneca and St. Paul to strengthen the connection. This interpretation sees Stoicism as preparation for gospel, pagan philosophy reaching truths that Christianity would fulfill. Modern scholarship generally rejects this view as projection of Christian values onto Seneca. His apparent humanism reflects Roman cosmopolitanism, not Christian charity. His asceticism serves virtue and self-control, not love of God. His moral rigour aims at tranquility, not salvation. Where similarities exist, they reflect common human concerns rather than Christianity's unique influence or proto-Christian revelation. Reading Seneca as proto-Christian distorts both his thought and Christianity's distinctiveness. However, a middle position notes that Seneca did influence Christian thought regardless of his intentions. Church fathers read him extensively, borrowed his rhetorical techniques, and adapted his moral psychology. The sharp Stoic distinction between internal virtue and external goods influenced Christian emphasis on soul over body. Seneca's voluntarism, his stress on will and intention over action and outcome, shaped Christian moral theology. So, while Seneca was not proto-Christian, he significantly influenced Christianity's philosophical development, making the relationship important even if mediated through misreading. The fifth debate concerns the unity or diversity of Seneca's thought. Did he maintain a consistent philosophical system, or did his views evolve and contradict themselves? Some scholars read Seneca as presenting a unified Stoic worldview across all his writings, with apparent inconsistencies reflecting different audiences or pedagogical strategies rather than genuine philosophical change. Others see significant development and contradiction: early optimism about political engagement giving way to later withdrawal, initial confidence in philosophy's power becoming tragic awareness of its limits, different essays emphasizing incompatible aspects of Stoicism without reconciliation. In this view, Seneca is not a systematic philosopher, but a practical thinker, adapting ideas to circumstances and problems without worrying about theoretical consistency. This debate matters because it affects how we read apparent contradictions. If Seneca has a unified system, contradictions are puzzles to resolve through interpretation. If he is pragmatic and unsystematic, contradictions reflect genuine tensions in experience that philosophy cannot fully resolve, making the contradictions valuable rather than problematic. The latter reading may be more historically accurate, but makes Seneca harder to use as an authority since he cannot be quoted for definitive positions. The sixth debate concerns Seneca's attitude toward emotion. Did he advocate eliminating emotions entirely, or only moderating destructive ones? Orthodox Stoicism claims the wise person has no passions, only rational responses. Some scholars read Seneca as maintaining this strict position, arguing that his discussions of emotion management are temporary measures for those not yet wise, while the ideal remains complete apatheia. Other scholars argue that Seneca recognizes emotions as inevitable and sometimes valuable, and his goal is regulation rather than elimination. This reading emphasizes passages where he discusses initial involuntary emotional responses as acceptable, distinguishes good emotions from destructive passions, and focuses on preventing emotions from overwhelming reason rather than eliminating them entirely. This interpretation makes Seneca more psychologically realistic, but potentially less orthodox stoically. The seventh debate concerns whether Seneca is best understood as a philosopher, a rhetorician, or something else entirely. Traditional classifications treated him as a philosopher writing in rhetorical style. Some contemporary scholars argue he is primarily a rhetorician using philosophical content, that his main contributions are literary rather than philosophical, and that judging him by philosophical standards misunderstands his project. Others see him as pioneering a new genre of philosophical writing that integrates philosophy and rhetoric inseparably, creating something that cannot be classified simply as either. This debate affects how we evaluate apparent philosophical weaknesses. If Seneca is primarily a philosopher, then logical inconsistencies and systematic gaps are failures. If he is primarily a rhetorician, then such issues matter less than persuasive effectiveness and psychological insight. If he integrates both roles, then we need new criteria that assess neither pure logic nor pure rhetoric, but their combination in practical philosophical writing. The eighth debate concerns historical contextualization versus universal relevance. Should we read Seneca primarily as a product of first-century Rome, whose ideas reflect that specific context, or as offering timeless wisdom transcending his historical moment? Historically oriented scholars emphasize that understanding Seneca requires knowing Roman social structures, political conditions, economic relations, and cultural values that shaped his thinking profoundly. Reading him outside this context produces misunderstanding by projecting modern concerns onto ancient texts. Philosophers interested in using Seneca today often downplay historical context, arguing that good ideas retain value regardless of origin, and that excessive historicism prevents engaging philosophically with texts. This approach treats Seneca as a conversation partner addressing perennial human questions rather than a historical artifact to study from distance. The tension here is real. You cannot understand Seneca properly without historical context, but excessive contextualization can prevent recognizing valuable insights that transcend their origins. The best approach probably involves both historical understanding and philosophical engagement, recognizing that Seneca's thought is both product of his time and potentially relevant to ours, requiring careful work to distinguish what is culturally specific from what might be more generally applicable. Several unresolved questions continue generating scholarship. First, what exactly was Seneca's role in specific Neronian atrocities, particularly Agrippina's murder and the persecution of Christians after Rome's fire? Ancient sources disagree, and modern scholars cannot definitively answer from available evidence, leaving his moral culpability contested. Second, did Seneca actually believe in the Stoic cosmic theology, divine providence, and rational universe, or did he use such language as convenient rhetoric while remaining agnostic or skeptical? Some passages suggest genuine religious belief, others suggest philosophy requires no theological commitments, and his actual views remain unclear. Third, What was the relationship between Seneca's philosophical and dramatic writings? His 9 tragedies, bloody explorations of passion overwhelming reason, seemed to contradict his philosophical emphasis on rational control. Scholars debate whether the tragedies undermine his philosophy, illustrate its necessity by showing passion's dangers, or represent separate literary exercise unrelated to his philosophical commitments. Fourth, how should we understand Seneca's attitude toward gender? He occasionally praises specific women for virtue and claims women are capable of philosophy, challenging standard Roman misogyny. But his default assumptions are patriarchal, and he never questions male dominance structurally. Whether he was relatively progressive for his time or simply reflects standard elite male perspective remains debated. Fifth, what is the relationship between Seneca's thought and other philosophical schools, particularly Epicureanism and Platonism? He frequently criticizes Epicureans, but also borrows from them, and some passages show Platonic influence. Whether he is an orthodox Stoic, an eclectic combining insights from multiple schools, or a Roman pragmatist using whatever works, remains contested. These ongoing debates and unresolved questions show that Seneca is not a settled figure whose meaning is clear, but a complex contradictory thinker who continues generating new interpretations. Rather than being frustrating, this openness is philosophically productive. Seneca remains interesting precisely because he cannot be easily categorized or definitively interpreted, forcing readers to think for themselves rather than simply accepting authoritative readings. Part 14. Synthesis: Living with Contradiction. After examining Seneca's philosophy comprehensively, his insights and failures, his life and death, what can we finally conclude about his value and how to use his ideas today? The answer is not simple, because Seneca himself is not simple, offering genuine wisdom alongside serious flaws, practical techniques alongside impossible ideals, honest psychological observation alongside self-serving rationalization. Perhaps the most important lesson from studying Seneca is learning to hold contradictions without resolving them prematurely. He was simultaneously a genuine philosopher and a political collaborator, a wise counselor and a moral failure, a guide to better living and a warning about intellectual self-deception. These contradictions do not cancel out but coexist, revealing something true about human complexity that neat categories miss. The first synthesis principle is selective use. Take what works while rejecting what does not, without needing to accept or reject Seneca entirely. His cognitive techniques for managing anger, anxiety, and distorted thinking have empirical support and practical value regardless of whether his underlying metaphysics is correct. His emphasis on distinguishing what you control from what you cannot, on gratitude and present moment awareness, on examining your beliefs critically, these practices help people regardless of whether virtue is truly sufficient for happiness. Use the tools without buying the whole system. The second principle is pragmatic adaptation. Modify Seneca's advice to fit contemporary understanding and conditions. Keep his focus on cognitive interpretation while acknowledging that external circumstances genuinely matter. Maintain his emphasis on character development while recognizing that individual virtue cannot substitute for just institutions. Practice voluntary discomfort occasionally while understanding that involuntary hardship is not automatically beneficial. Cultivate some detachment from outcomes while maintaining deep engagement with people and projects that give life meaning. This pragmatic stoicism preserves practical value while correcting theoretical errors. The third principle is contextual application. Use Seneca where he fits, not everywhere. His philosophy helps with unavoidable adversity, aging, illness, death, loss, circumstances genuinely beyond your control, where attitude is the main variable you can influence. It helps far less with injustice that could be changed, where the problem is structural rather than psychological, where acceptance enables oppression rather than promoting peace. Knowing the difference between situations requiring stoic acceptance and situations requiring active resistance is crucial wisdom that Seneca himself largely lacked. The fourth principle is honest acknowledgement of limits. Recognize what Seneca gets wrong and why. His privilege blinded him to how differently philosophy works for people without resources, security, and education. His political position trapped him in compromises that corrupted his integrity while convincing himself they were justified. His cultural assumptions about gender, slavery, and hierarchy limited his vision despite occasional insights. His psychological theory underestimated how much of human behavior operates below conscious, rational control. Acknowledging these limits prevents treating Seneca as an infallible authority while preserving his genuine contributions. The fifth principle is integration with other perspectives. Supplement Seneca with what he lacks. Combine his cognitive focus with contemporary psychology's understanding of emotion, trauma, and attachment. Add feminist insights about relational ethics and care. Include Marxist analysis of structural injustice and economic power. Incorporate insights from other philosophical traditions, Buddhist mindfulness, Confucian virtue, Aristotelian practical wisdom that address dimensions Seneca neglects. No single philosopher or tradition has complete truth, and Seneca is most useful as one voice in conversation with many others. The sixth principle is using Seneca's failures instructively. Learn from his mistakes as much as from his successes. His political career shows how easily philosophers rationalize collaboration with power, how wealth corrupts judgment even for those who understand its dangers, how theoretical virtue can coexist with practical vice through self-deception. These negative lessons are as valuable as positive teachings, warning against pitfalls that philosophical sophistication does not automatically prevent. Seneca becomes a cautionary example of philosophy's limits when not supported by personal honesty and institutional constraints on power. The seventh principle is maintaining intellectual humility. Recognize that if someone as intelligent and devoted to wisdom as Seneca could be so wrong about so much, you probably are too. This does not mean abandoning all judgments, but holding them more lightly, remaining open to correction, and avoiding the arrogance of thinking you have figured out what wiser people missed. Philosophy is ongoing inquiry, not settled doctrine, and Seneca's contradictions remind us that all human understanding is partial and provisional. What, then, should we take from Seneca for living today? Several core insights survive all critique and remain practically valuable. First, much suffering is self-inflicted through how we interpret events rather than from events themselves, and we can reduce unnecessary suffering by examining and challenging distorted thinking. This is not the same as claiming all suffering is psychological or that external circumstances do not matter. but it recognizes that interpretation significantly affects experience, and we have some control over interpretation. Second, clearly distinguishing what is within your control from what is not helps you focus energy effectively and avoid wasting effort trying to control the uncontrollable. This distinction is not always sharp in practice, and Seneca overstates how much is beyond your control. But the basic principle of focusing on your response rather than on events you cannot change remains sound. Third, regularly practicing gratitude for what you have. Awareness of life's brevity and present moment attention enhances well-being and life satisfaction. These practices work regardless of whether you accept Stoic metaphysics, simply because they counteract psychological tendencies toward taking goods for granted and living mentally in past or future rather than present. Fourth, character development through consistent practice matters more than intellectual understanding alone. Knowing what is right differs from habitually doing it, and virtue requires daily practice building better patterns gradually over time. Seneca's emphasis on philosophy as practice rather than theory remains valuable even when his specific practices need modification. Fifth, examining your beliefs, motivations and actions regularly through honest self-reflection helps identify patterns and make better choices. The nightly self-examination. Seneca practiced, when done with balanced honesty rather than harsh self-criticism, genuinely increases self-awareness and supports growth. Sixth, preparing for adversity by imagining how you would cope with losses and setbacks, not obsessively but periodically, reduces fear and builds confidence in your resilience. This is not about glorifying suffering, but about realistic preparation that makes difficulties less overwhelming when they occur. Seventh, choosing your social environment carefully and spending time with people who encourage your best self rather than your worst significantly affects who you become. Character is partly contagious, and environment matters enormously for maintaining values and behaviors you want to develop. Eighth, some voluntary discomfort or challenge, whether physical training, creative projects with no guarantee of success, or deliberate simplicity for limited periods, builds capacity and prevents the weakness that pure comfort produces. The key is that it is voluntary, moderate, and purposeful, rather than romanticizing all hardship as beneficial. Ninth, remembering death not morbidly, but as simple fact that life is finite, helps prioritize what matters, reduces postponement of important actions, and increases appreciation for present experience. This does not require accepting death as indifferent, only acknowledging its inevitability and using that awareness constructively. 10th, cognitive techniques for managing anger, anxiety, and other destructive emotions, examining the beliefs generating them, challenging distorted thinking, delaying reactive responses, considering consequences, work effectively for many people, even when complete elimination of emotion is neither possible nor desirable. But we must also remember what Seneca gets wrong and what he cannot help with. His philosophy provides limited resources for addressing structural injustice, challenging oppressive institutions, or building more just societies. It risks encouraging accommodation to circumstances that should be resisted rather than accepted. It undervalues emotion, relationship, and embodied experience in ways that limit human flourishing. It assumes conditions of privilege that many lack and offers little guidance for those whose problems are material rather than psychological. It sets impossible ideals that cause guilt and self-criticism when inevitably unmet. The mature use of Seneca involves neither uncritical adoption nor complete rejection, but careful extraction of what is valuable while remaining aware of limitations and dangers. Think of him as one conversation partner among many, someone with genuine insights about specific problems, but not comprehensive truth about human life. Use his techniques when they fit your circumstances, ignore his advice when it does not, and always remain skeptical of any philosophy that claims to have all answers. Perhaps most importantly, learn from Seneca's tragic example about the gap between understanding virtue and achieving it, between philosophical sophistication and moral integrity, between wise words and good actions. If someone who devoted his life to philosophy and who understood virtue as deeply as anyone could fail so dramatically to live consistently with his principles, this teaches humility about how difficult virtue actually is and how easy self-deception remains even for the philosophically trained. The ultimate lesson may be that philosophy is not a destination reached, but a practice maintained, not a problem solved, but a tension managed. Seneca's contradictions between theory and practice, between wisdom and failure, between insight and blindness, mirror contradictions in all human lives. We are all simultaneously wise and foolish, virtuous and flawed, insightful and self-deceived. Philosophy cannot eliminate these tensions, but can help us navigate them with greater awareness, honesty, and skill. Living with Seneca today means accepting him as he was, brilliant and flawed, helpful and limited, a guide who illuminates certain paths while remaining blind to others, a teacher whose failures teach as much as his successes. We honor him best not by defending everything he said or did, but by using what works, learning from what failed, and continuing the philosophical inquiry he advanced without claiming he completed it. 2,000 years after his death, Seneca remains relevant not because he solved the problems of human life, but because he grappled with them honestly, if imperfectly, and left behind techniques and insights that still help people live somewhat better, die somewhat easier, and suffer somewhat less unnecessarily. That is not nothing. That is perhaps as much as any philosopher can genuinely offer. Not final answers, but better questions. Not elimination of struggle, but tools for struggling more wisely. Not happiness guaranteed, but happiness made more possible for those who practice consistently and honestly over time. If we can use Seneca this way, taking what helps while rejecting what harms, learning from his insights and his mistakes, neither worshipping him as a sage, nor dismissing him as a hypocrite, but seeing him as a complex human being wrestling with problems we still face, then studying him has genuine value. Not because he was right about everything or even most things, but because engaging seriously with someone who thought deeply about how to live, who succeeded partly and failed partly, who left behind a record of both wisdom and folly, helps us think more carefully about our own lives and challenges. That is Seneca's enduring gift, not a system to adopt, but an example to learn from, both positively and negatively, as we continue the endless human project of trying to live well, die gracefully, and reduce unnecessary suffering for ourselves and others. The journey continues.